Push well, Mr. Crack Spider.
C, the active ingredient in marijuana.
Push well,
C,
Crack Spider.
the active ingredient in marijuana.
Crack Spider. Push well, Crack Spider. The web structure was not affected, but the spider's behavior was. The spider behavior was. The web structure was not affected.
It built a hammock. The spider didn't build it. It built a hammock. The spider didn't build it. It built a hammock. The spider didn't build it. It built a hammock.
The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the
It
web.
built a hammock.
The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web.
Hammock. It built a hammock.
Cane spider, the crack cocaine spider, the crack cocaine spider, the cane spider, the crack.
It built a hammock.
The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over.
It built a hammock. It built
The cat in its ass. Then up behind it and popped the cat in its ass. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs would suck it. Waited till the captain's spider was exhausted and came up behind it and popped the captain's ass. The captain's ass. Then came up behind it and popped the captain's ass. The captain's ass. Then came up behind it until the captain's spider was exhausted. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers. The captain's ass.
Crack spider.
Or litter king. The marijuana.
The crack spider. That's the crack
The
spider.
litter king. The marijuana spider had no place to live. It ended up in the crack as the spider's did.
Hello, hello.
Howdy, Jim. How are
What's
you?
going on? I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing surprisingly well. It's been a crazy, crazy week. Dude,
Yes,
it's nuts. So we've
definitely
got
has been a crazy wild week.
Slick in and Alan in tonight. Let's see, and we can do our romper room mirror thing where we hold it up to the TV and I see Slick and I see Stella and I see James and I see Alan. It's good to see you, man. Welcome.
Hey, thank you so much, guys. Oh my gosh, that hat is off the chain.
Oh, there it is.
Yes.
So when we start the secret society, we're gonna have to all wear that to get to see which house we're in, right?
Yeah, what's the quote about a wizard always being on time? From Harry Potter.
Yeah. A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he intends to.
Yeah, I didn't intend to arrive yet. I'm sorry, I'll be back.
Spoken
see,
like a
you
true wizard.
You gotta make it fashionable, bro.
Oh, who's this?
No way. Oh man, it's gonna be a great night tonight.
Uh-oh.
SB in the house.
SB, Sean.
Yeah,
Sean
man.
Alger. Calling in. So I've got news. you guys want me to start this thing? Like, so I'll try and make it a quick update. But I don't know if you guys have seen what's going on I've been posting in the Telegram group, but we've got, like, for some reason, my school district makes national news on the mask debate thing, because there's always some sort of protest or event that happens that something gets, so it's starting to sound a little fishy, right? So what happened this week? Okay, a couple months ago, there was a big protest at a school board function, and people were arrested, not arrested, but the cops came and like rushed everybody out because people wouldn't leave and stuff like that. And it was about the mask debate. This was just maybe, I was talking about it in the road group. I don't know if I actually talked about it or I was in with the spiders yet, but I had talked about it before. So now what happened this week, Friday morning, I come in and there's big news. Oh my God, did you hear that some parent went into the elementary school to zip tie and citizens arrest the principal because this kid had not been allowed to go on a field trip and was quarantined, so he was sent home. So the parent objected, went in with this guy who's part of some group, Patriot Party guy. So this guy gets another guy to go in with them, intimidates our principal. Now, every single person in this situation is at fault for this. The school is at fault. Essentially well, I'll get through the story. Anyway, so it makes national news. My dad sends it to me at 7:30 in the morning from a Washington Post story, right? This was the first I heard of it Friday morning. And I'm like, holy crap, I didn't even know this happened. I work here, you know? And so I'm like, dang, that is fast. And that story was posted at, I think, 9 o'clock at night, but it had hit our news at 6 o'clock. It had actually happened at 4:47 because I watched the guy's live video on Instagram, which is actually now deleted from Instagram. You can't go watch it, get the actual thing. Because what actually happened was this Patriot Party guy got the parent all wound up. They went and intimidated this kid's principal because he was quarantined and wasn't allowed to go on his field trip. But the story that happened before that nobody's ever going to hear, because the local news and the national news is not going to report this, but the parent or the teacher of that kid, apparently, this is a story. I don't know if this part's true, but the kids had thrown masks in the garbage. The teacher had told the kids to take them out of the garbage to put them on. So,
Oh man.
so then that was earlier. So these kids feel like they're being singled out. Obviously, they're being humiliated. And so that's strike one. They quarantined. So one of the kids in this class was, I guess, tested positive or something. So in theory, the whole class should be quarantined, right? That's like what our supposed policy is. But they're starting to make these decisions that only the kids that didn't have masks are the ones that have to get quarantined. The parent didn't have to get quarantined. And when they went in with that principal on the video, none of them have masks on. It looks bad all over. like, I don't, it's just been so eventful. And I'm trying like hell not to get involved, but it's really hard.
Yeah. I already see a trigger. There's a trigger word. You guys know the word trigger
Yeah.
became a verb after Manchurian Candidate, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So here's the other thing. I'm so glad you said that. So what I was just thinking is that I need to watch the videos again, but I think he's using trigger words with this guy. Like I'm looking at it and he's using mimetic things and he's doing that psychopath repeat back to you kind of thing, right? And oh, so you agree with me? And like you can kind of see this dude. You see this dude manipulating him.
Interesting. So here's the trigger. Pat, riot, patriot. The fathers will riot. The rioting fathers.
Wow.
So he's stepping right into the role.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. That dude, and he was big. I won't say the names, but he's a big dude. And I've seen this guy around town. I don't know him, but I've seen him.
Whoa.
And he's a big dude. And he was in that office. He's shaking. And if it was my kid, I would have too. I would have been losing my mind.
Yes.
Him calling that Patriot guy.
This is all over the news. We don't need to say the names because the names are published in the news.
That's true.
News 4 Tucson NBC has a statement from the Mesquite Elementary School principal. Her name, Diane
Vargo.
Diane?
Yes.
Do you know Diane Vargo?
No, but we all know Diana is the goddess of the hunt.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
DNA.
Yeah.
The hunt. The king of the hunters was Nimrod.
There it is again.
Okay, sorry. Go back, Alan.
Yeah, this whole thing is an absolute mess, and I don't know exactly who started the fire of making this a supposed viral event in a small town in Arizona. It might have been Associated Press that put it out. I see that in the Google News searches.
This guy put it out. This guy made it. He called the local news and got it on them. He was looking for attention.
Right. There's definitely that aspect to it.
He took the mater into his own hands.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
So that's what my Friday was like. Trying to figure out this garbage. Whoo, they're all like, and what really blows me away, and I watched as much of all of those people as I could without actually, talking to them. But like, people are not making good decisions at all. Like, they're people all over the place. People at my wife's work, like she literally quit this week, but she put in her 2 weeks notice because these people are, just out there. They're not making good decisions. Like something is eating their brains. Like people are not making clear decisions at all. Like from that teacher to the student, to the parent, to the principal, to the
toxic plasmosis.
Could be.
Well, I know Slick Dissident has something to say about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. The program is running its course.
So here's a thought. We have Arizona right now receiving a lot of rain, reminding us of the Egyptian area where the Nile River floods, making the desert green again. And now we have some maybe toxic plasmosis. Maybe there's some cats involved in this story somewhere, or catty women on television.
Some Karens.
Whoa.
The Daily Beast reports angry men with zip ties ambush school principal after COVID masking request.
Yeah, listen to that language.
Making a
Would you-
stand.
oh my God, dude!
The
they-
surreal confrontation stemmed from the Arizona school asking a child who was exposed to the virus to abide by public health guidelines. And there's a picture of these three men.
dude,
When I hear guidelines, I think God lions. The Daily Bast. Wow. Wow. That's amazing. So is today 9-4?
yeah, yes,
Yesterday 9-3.
9-3, yeah. Yep, it was 9-3. You know, and the other thing that's really blowing my mind is why here? Why at this district? Why at my school? I think I'm here to witness this.
Yeah.
For some reason, I think I'm here to observe whatever this nut
Yeah.
thing is going on.
Arizona is the horizon, horizon where it will arise in the
Yeah.
horizon. I've
Well,
said
that's why our flag is what it is. You see it's blue with a star in the center and a blue field here, and then
Yeah.
the sun rays coming out of the star. It is a horizon. Our symbol is a horizon, and every time you see a symbol of Arizona, it's a horizon with the sun and a saguaro.
in a what?
Saguaro cactus.
Oh, wow, interesting. I don't know why, but I've always said it's like Arizona is going to be a key trigger state, and then in Virginia. And I don't know why, but I always think of, things always pop off in Virginia. It's the virgin state. It's where the beginnings, the first fruit, the sacrificial
Right.
virgins. And for some reason, I've actually said before that keep your eyes on those two locations because, the beginnings, their name implies the beginning of a movement, of a cycle.
Yeah, and here's where the Maricopa count is happening. I mean, not here, but Maricopa County is just north of us. That's Phoenix.
Maricopa. Sounds a lot like mea culpa.
Right? I've always thought that too. Like it's almost like a washing of hands.
Maricopa. It's even Sea of Bodies.
Hmm.
The-
Oh, Maricorpus. Interesting.
Wow.
That sounds really super ominous. Living here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm glad I don't live in Phoenix. Whew. But
Wow. That's
yeah,
wild.
man, I had to take a few walks yesterday. I was hulking
Yeah.
out, man.
that
Rough.
hits everybody's buttons. It's got something for everybody.
Set me off. Like first thing I heard is like, they sent that kid home for what? And then you start digging. Oh, here you go. Okay. So the cat on the left with the green shirt, that's Uber Patriot. He owns Viva Coffee Shop in Rita Ranch. This dude,
VC, CV, VC, vaccine, COVID. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Wow.
over him.
I love how
We
this
need to hear
goes.
everything come together.
I love how this always goes. It's so weird. Okay. So the dude with the pink shirt, that's Pops. He's the father of the dad. This guy in the middle, he's muscle. You can already tell he's a former cop just by his look. But so these two, the center and the left, those guys are former cop military dudes. The guy on the right,
These are the zip ties.
yeah, there's the zip ties. And he shows, I saw those in the video as he's going into the school. So nobody ever threatened the like personally threatened the principal. But I mean, obviously, you have law enforcement zip ties. That's threatening with three big dudes, and
Yeah.
those dudes are big.
Those are
Especially
made just for people too. Those zip ties, you can't buy them at a true value. I don't
yeah,
think.
yeah. No, yeah, I don't think so.
And look how his eyes are. He's like,
Yeah,
he's about to get somebody.
Yep.
He's
Mhm.
about to make a move.
yeah,
And also the color scheme. They're all in like
pastels.
weird
Yeah.
pastels. And Dad is putting the man in Sandman. He's wearing
Oh,
the
yeah.
salmon.
Huh? Saul,
Saul.
the sun,
Yes.
Sun Man.
Yeah, the Son of Man,
Mm.
trying to
But that-
save.
That poor dude was being manipulated right and left. Man, it's rough.
Wow. You know, I hardly watch any news. And so often I get it from watching you guys
Yeah.
you know, it's like third or fourth hand.
Yeah.
I was going through some of your old material from last week, I guess. And I was just reading through the comments and somebody brought forward something everybody's already heard, but it was the first I had learned that McAfee was picked up in Barcelona.
Mhm.
And Barcelona has been pulling me in a major way for years now, in a major way. But I found it very telling. I kind of overreacted in the comment section. I was like, "What? Barcelona? That's amazing!" And then, but it's just such a long story to bring to bear. But I just thought that was amazing. But yeah, I had no idea this even happened. I've been out watering the grass all day, taking care of the grass like a good sheep. And this is the first I heard of it. That's amazing. On the day after 9/3.
Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting things afoot. It's really interesting to watch.
Yeah.
It's weird stuff. So
We're on show number 47.
yeah.
That's silver.
Is it really? Is that the atomic symbol?
Yes.
47 is silver. Interesting.
Yeah. So labeling this one Midnight Riders, you know, we're in that moon pillar. We're on the shady side of information here, bringing it up from the underbelly.
Huh.
Definitely the underbelly.
Mhm.
Oh, we're as underbelly as it gets, man. I don't know if you get much more underbelly than what we talk about,
Yeah, man. Yeah.
but that's good. Like, so you have a YouTube channel and it's called Slick Dissident, and everybody should go there, right? Watch those things, man. That is fascinating. I love how your mind like just connects things. That's like, I just love to like sit back and let Ellen go, and
Uh-huh.
like you in the chats
Mhm.
going left and right, and I'm like, oh yeah, and then there's the what, and then there's a oh. You know? I love that. That's a fun ride. You know,
It is.
it's like roller coasters.
Totally. Yep.
So what-
Our brain was given to us to make connections. That's the
Yeah.
reason it exists. You know, if patterns didn't repeat themselves, then we would be just animals. You know, but it's pattern recognition that gives us the crown to be to have dominion over to be the, what do they call us? The caretakers of the earth. You know,
Right.
it's, yeah.
the good shepherd,
Stewards.
the good
Stewards.
steward of the earth. Yeah,
That's the one. That's it.
that's the
Whoa.
that's the
There's a
word.
picture of Diane here.
That's not Diane. That is not Diane Vargo.
This is Diane Vargo, according to News 4 Tucson. NBC.
What? That's not Diane Vargo.
Statement from Mesquite Elementary School Principal Diane Vargo on citizen's arrest threat. This is posted to their Facebook page.
What?
Is
I don't think that's what. Maybe she looks like that.
Maybe she did her hair and makeup for a photo op.
Oh, that could be. I don't see the principals very much, but
Fellas,
yeah, maybe.
holy cow. Okay, so
Oh,
just 2 days ago, I did a show on a celestial alignment that's happening this week. Mercury is meeting Venus in the sign of Virgo.
Oh, wow.
Diane
And
Virgo.
the moon is like a sickle. It's like a scythe, and it's about to cut through. It's going to cut between the two, Mercury and Venus. And as it cuts every day, the moon will get bigger and bigger. And what I see that expressing, and I'm not very astronomically inclined. I'm just coming at this from the artistic perspective, but I see the messenger coming to the Virgin and telling her that her belly is about to expand. And after this week, this progression of this expression in the heavens, the moon will be getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And so it's a birth. There's a birth implied in what's happening in the heavens. And the more I think and meditate on it, the more I'm thinking that whatever events happen on this week, whatever events happen, will culminate 9 months from now, 2022 in June. So we have a virgin birth, and her name's Virgo.
And there's that virgin again.
Here's the virgin.
The VRGNRG, the Virgin Energy.
Very cool.
Having to do with motherhood and the mothers who are bringing their children to school, but also the fathers who are bringing their children to school. So it's the mothers against the fathers, dividing the family.
And arguing over the children who are implied virgins.
Oh man, that is happening. That is happening. The parents, like the mothers that are super maskers, and the fathers that are like, no, you're not going to do that to my kid. Man, it's happening in people's houses right now. In our staff members, dude, it is bad. I'm telling you.
So he's wearing salmon, and this is the parable of Solomon with the two women fighting over the child. And the one woman says wants to give it up. The other woman Solomon says, well, cut the baby in half. You each get half of the baby. And the one woman says, no, just give her the baby. I'm not thinking about cutting any babies in half. And the other woman's like, yeah, let's cut the baby in half. And Solomon's like, aha. Wow. And the sickle is cutting through the sign of Virgo. So we have, I forget what that's called. Does anybody remember Solomon's judgment, or the parable of Solomon and the two women?
Oh, right. Do you remember, Alan? I don't remember. Is that apocryphal? That, like in the Hermetics, in the Hermetic texts? I know that. I'm not sure if it's actually biblical in our versions, but I'll have to look that up.
Now, Gordy, you know the guy. You've seen him around town.
Yes. Yeah.
So this helps me a lot, because I'm always in that luminal space of, is this real? Are these real people, or do these stories, how do they fit the alignments, and how do they fit the old myths so well?
Well, okay, so this guy, that the green shirt guy with the glasses, he's the manipulator, and I'm having a hard time thinking he's not a plant. Like somebody sent him out to do this. He is in the green shirt.
He's in the green shirt.
He's the plant. I don't know if that's an organic thing, that's a spiritual, something spiritually pushing him to do this, or he's being paid by somebody, but something is telling him to egg these people on, egg them on, egg them on, egg them on. And why did he choose here?
The Eggmen on egregore, the energy of the thought form.
Cuckoo cuckoo, buddy.
Mhm.
Yeah, man. The G, he's wearing the G shirt, the big G on his shirt, green. The go signal. It's the go signal,
The G Mason.
So
right?
1 Kings 3:16 recounts that two mothers living in the same house, each the mother of an infant son, came to Solomon. One of the babies had been smothered. Oops. And each claimed the remaining boy as her
Smothered.
own.
The babies were smothered.
Smothered.
Double mothered.
Mothered. Yep. Double mothered. Two moms, one house. Kevin McAllister and Home Alone.
Wow.
Nice.
That's happening in your backyard, Gordy. That's
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
profound.
Yeah, and it's blowing my mind, man. I don't know. And like the whole desert bloom thing, like over the last 2 years, like the way I've got my shit back together is spending it in nature. Like nature is healing, man. Like it is healing. And what has been happening in the weather here has been phenomenal. It's been a healing part. Like the weather is very healing around here. There's butterflies, lightning bugs. I saw a black racer yesterday. It scared the shit out of me, but it was really cool to see one because they're fast. But I haven't seen any rattlers yet this year. But the wildlife is just going nuts, and it's beautiful. But it also, so here may be your 9-month thing. It's also spooking me a little bit because you know what happens to that stuff when it dries out? It just becomes fuel.
Right.
And it takes about 9 months for that stuff to grow, die, especially buffalo grass. Grow, die, and just, it takes nothing for that stuff to just explode.
Wow. There's a harvest metaphor in there, you know, let it grow until harvest time. And then harvest 9 months, you
Right.
know.
It's sown. Your
Yeah.
area is sown. What is the date that you're thinking?
I'm thinking 9 months from now would be right around June of next year. Right between Taurus and Gemini.
Taurus and Gemini.
Yeah, which kind of aligns with has a very mercurial value. And Mercury is in this alignment we're talking about in Virgo right now. Wow. That's amazing. Her name is
Vargo. Yeah.
Vargo, and it has Diana, which I've been going on and on. Like you guys were talking about Diana, the most dangerous game, you know, Bow and Hunter.
Also, have you guys been seeing a lot of Princess Diana stuff pop up lately? I have.
Yeah.
Somebody just posted a COVID. Was it Alan? Was it you, Alan? That was a COVID headline, but there was a woman in a red and black dress talking about oh no, I think it was Alex in Rogue's locals group. That's what it was. There was on the the main picture on the front page was a picture of Diana, Princess Diana, in a red and black, like a black hat and a black shirt and a red coat.
What is the date of her death? Isn't it in June? Isn't there a sacrifice day that she was killed
Yes.
on?
Yes, Princess of Wales, death date August 31st, 1997. Diana, the Princess of Wales, also known as Lament, Wailing, Walls, Wail, Wells. Princess of Wales, the Princess of Lament. How many of us lamented the death of Diana, 1997, August 31st?
So do we wail until 9/11? What is that day? The day of explosions, or the day of, forget what it was called, but supposedly the real birth of Jesus on 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
There's a Coptic calendar New Year in there, right?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Oh,
Yeah. You know, it's funny, but Diana just keeps coming around for me. I'm in Indiana,
oh.
and I'm just miles away from Notre Dame, which is Our Lady,
Right.
and I can't help but hear every time I hear it, people call it ND. You know, they don't say Notre Dame, they just say ND. So I keep thinking, oh yeah, we're in Indiana, ND, Anna. We're right
Indiana
here. We're
Jones. Indiana Jones.
Wow. That is so wild. This is like usually I'm able to jump up and run around and have an emotional visceral reaction and nobody gets to see it. But here I am live and direct finding this stuff out. So this is what I do all the time while I watch the show.
What?
What?
That's cool. Well, we're big fans, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
Likewise. There's a Notre Dame game this week, in 2 days.
Hey,
Tomorrow.
Alan, when did Notre Dame burn down?
August 27th on Vulcanalia.
Vulcanalia. Oh man, what was the date? August what?
27th, I think.
27th.
Or no, wait. It might have been tax day. So April 15th and August 27th are where X marks the spot on the Analema. The Analema is the figure 8 that the sun traces
Oh,
as it progresses through the year. And so the Analema is it's like a Mobius
strip.
thing. That's
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
And the Mobius was what unlocked the Avengers time heist. When Tony Stark said, try the Mobius model, and the virtual reality twisted it and said, we got a match, and then it was a game on. And ever since I've been like, they're talking about the Analema as the key to the time heist. And so I started paying more attention to the Analema. And do you guys know, was Notre Dame on August 27th or was it April 15th?
We have the power to find out.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not ambidextrous enough.
I'm chasing three threads at once here, like a little
Yeah.
ball of yarn.
Snake Jones, what's happening, Snake?
Yeah, that dude's been looking forward to this too. Okay, it was April 15th, 2019. Killer, look at you. You'll
T.
drop that mind.
So you got TAX, tax day, right? X marks the spot on the Analema. It's pointing, the A is pointing at the X, marking the spot on the Analema. So you got a mutable, they're two mutable crosses. You know, you got the mutable cross as a upright, and you got it at a canter. TAX, pointing at that X marking the spot on the analema.
Wow.
And so yeah, you've got, and so that's the day that Abraham Lincoln launched ships to commence the Civil War. And that's the day he got shot in the head.
Here's some logos for you. Can you see these?
Oh man, yeah.
Mhm.
You
Yep.
said Lemniscate. You said, what was it? Can you see that in the bottom left corner there?
I sure do. I sure do.
Zoom
It's
in.
got the pineal thinking about that, marking the
a-
spot.
Infinity. Yeah, there's the Mobius strip. And that's not even a figure 8. That is an actual Mobius strip.
It is.
Mhm.
Oswald Spengler in chat had a question about someone who died recently who was using this logo.
Who was that?
Nabisco. Oh, wait, not Nabisco.
Ding.
There's some other logos on here that I just put together because they looked similar.
Oh, awesome.
So let's start with the one on the left, the International Tribunal for Natural Justice. Who was on that? Does anyone in chat remember?
INTJ.
Oops.
Steele? Steele?
Bueller.
Robert David?
Sorry, I'm looking at.
Robert David? Robert Dale Steele? Intelligence with Integrity?
Wow.
He passed away on an important date that we highlighted last week, 28 August.
Vulcanalia. Day after Vulcanalia. What
is Vulcanalia?
It is the day of honoring Vulcan. And when Vesuvius erupted, the celebrants were doing a 3-day celebration to the god of the volcano. He's also Hephaestus, and it's also Ambidexter is another name for Vulcanalia. It's the divine metallurgist. It's Arjun. I think Arjun is another corollary to Vulcan. So the celebrants of Vulcanalia allegedly on 79 AD, they were doing a 3-day celebration in honor of Vulcan. And some would say that they were bringing fish and offering fish as a sacrifice to bring on the new age of Pisces. So it's the marcation of the new age going from Aries into Pisces. So they were bringing fish in honor of Vulcan, and they decided on the very last day that they would incorporate Augustus, and they would bring honors for Augustus as an offering. And so they were mixing they brought honors to the god to immortalize Augustus. And when they did that, it did not go well. And the volcano blew up, and those people were essentially, somewhere in history, some people might have said that was the original Sodom and Gomorrah. There were people frozen in pillars,
Right,
of
like Pompeii.
ash, but salt.
Mhm.
And some of those statues on site, on location, they are in the act of coitus.
Wow, really?
Yes,
That is the way to go, dude.
yes. That's what I'm saying. It's like, oh, hey, baby.
Best second on earth. Let's do
What do
this.
you say?
So, honey, I'm rock hard.
Yeah. So Pompeii could be construed, to those who didn't have the resources to sift through the information, Pompeii could be construed as Sodom and Gomorrah, where there's physical proof captured, frozen in time, like Lot's wife,
That's
but
why-
there's
yep.
physical proof that people were getting it on in that city. And so, in committing sodomy is doing it,
Yeah, yeah, and
Yeah,
as
right?
you're
Yeah.
saying those things, I don't want to bring up
Yes.
any websites about any Robert David Seals or anything, because again, if people don't know who this person is, he was on this International Tribunal for Natural Justice. There's a video of him wearing the robe of a judge, and let me just bring up his website as I'm talking about him. Because you say the word, I don't like to say the word sodomy, but that's the word, and you tie that to, don't like to say the other word about people who are into children, and you see, so this is the guy who's bringing that to light
Wow.
on a tribunal for natural justice. And there's a video of him I could probably bring up in a little bit where he's talking about how other people who have, in a way, confessed their sins, similar to a way a person would confess to a Catholic priest. They have confessed their sins and were ready to spill the beans on other people who were similarly sinful, shall we say.
Lot's wife has been coming up for me a lot too. I've been thinking about that. For some reason, just recently, I've been thinking about prophets. Not for some reason, for I don't know if anybody has followed. I think I posted it in Telegram, but it was about how we in the community feel ostracized, right? Like really, like, because we're on the outsides of the outside. Like walking that middle path is lonely
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah.
And none of us are heard. We talk it, tell people what's happening to people we interact with in our daily lives, work people or whatever. They don't listen. They haven't listened this whole time. So why are they going to listen now? So we're like, okay, fine. So we kind of give up, right? And it mean that scripture about how a prophet is never welcome in his own town and by his family. And like it encapsulates kind of a lot of us feel,
Yes.
I think.
Yep. I relate to
I mean,
that.
now luckily my family, like my wife, the family that matters to me, my wife and I, like, we agree on much more than we disagree. My family, extended family, like it's rough, dude. It is
Yeah.
rough. And
Same,
it's-
brother.
And the same with my friends, friends that we've grown up with. I just can't talk to those dudes anymore,
Yeah.
without it being them being radically on one side or radically on the other. And people are not thinking straight. These are people that we've known our whole lives. Were rational thinking humans that made really good decisions in their life. They're not an untrustworthy junkie. They're
Right.
not that guy that invaded our life that we let in dangerously. And these are
Right.
people that we've trusted our whole lives making these kind of decisions. And like I had to explain to my dad that, Dad, this news story, that's not what's happening. Like it's so much more than that. And the fact that it blew up so fast tells me it's a lie, that it's used to make that case, to write those radicalized, those incendiary words.
Yes.
Like Alan was reading off, like the way it went from what it really was to 3 giant men threatening to, you'd think they were there to murder her. the way that they worded it. That's
Yeah. Yeah.
and this, but what's the scariest thing, guys? The scariest thing is watching that kid. That kid was in the office. This is what made me absolutely ape shit yesterday, is watching that kid in that office being traumatized by his dad, this nutbag, his school. First, it happens with his teacher. Now, then it happens with his principal. Now it's happening with his dad, and then this asshole gets involved. Now, 10 days later, after he's done with his quarantine, he's got to go back to school and deal with his classmates. Like his body language in that room was what I would have done in a trauma situation as a kid. Like he had his face, against the wall. He was, he was stiff as a board, which I've felt. That you can feel that kid's anxiety just, oh my God. And nobody, not anybody in this whole story was like, protect that fucking kid. And this is where you guys come in, because I keep seeing, I don't know if you do, but I keep seeing that Moloch thing pop up over and over and over again. And the Moloch,
that's why the one woman was happy to get half of a baby, because it was a commodity of the culture. It was considered a win. She had some purpose that she thought she could go make an offering out of half of a baby. And that was the climate of the time. And there it is, Moloch. That was why she wanted half a baby. So she could go and offer it up.
Because Moloch is the spirit that is attributed to child sacrifice. They're sacrificing children. The children are getting sacrificed in this whole bullshit. They're the ones
King
that are
Solomon
losing
here.
They're losing everything. We're going to lose a generation here. I'm like, if it's not physical, it's going to be mental and emotional.
Yeah,
These kids
we can count on their profile being completely used against them in the future.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So here's where I'd like to point out that Robert David Steele, playing the role of Solomon in our First Kings 3:16 story, in this ITNJ Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Human Trafficking and Child Sex Abuse. So this is back in the news again. And your entire story about children being put on the line and sacrificed and ostracized and sacrificed. This is really, really difficult topic to talk about. This is the topic that a lot of people take the deep dive in and they drown, and there's no light at the end of that tunnel for them. This is also September, Suicide Prevention Month. Children are going back to school. They do fine in the summertime, but as soon as they go back to school and see people face to face, and it drives them to the darkest point of despair.
Month number 9. The birth number. Man, wow.
It goes deep and dark fast.
Fast, that's it. So what 1 Kings 3:16, what I'm looking at there is a 1, a 1-1, and a 3. And then a 1-6. And you guys know about the 1-1-3?
Fill us in. Lay it on us, buddy.
113A of the Baba Kama. It is very old Judaic law that every time I read about it, it's worded just a little bit differently. to the extent that I'm pretty sure they're dancing around the facts of the matter. But I mean, it's really is that to the extent that it's even hard to summarize, to convey on to somebody else. But if I had to say it in one sentence, I would say that the 113A of the Baba Kama is legalizes lying to your slaves.
Oh.
And it even, the wording is really profound. It takes
Almost like legalized propaganda.
Smith Munt,
Yeah.
big time. Smith Munt, Smith the mouth. Vulcan was the Smith over your mouth. That's what Agent Smith did to Neo. He smithed his mouth shut.
We have a full chat tonight, and a lot of people are wondering who's this man in the white hat? Who's our white hat hacker of hope tonight?
Oh,
reintroduce yourself.
So my name's Gabriel, and my channel is Slick Dissident. And after the YouTube purge, there just wasn't anything good on YouTube, so I started making material. And in the beginning, I had my phone was many generations outdated, and so you will notice that the audio was a little sketch, but I've been moving on up best I can. So yeah, there's quite a bit of material over the past couple months.
Yeah, there's a lot, and I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you're doing it, because it's whenever I need that itch scratched, that intellectual itch scratch where I need like an Alan Marcus to like start some wheels turning for me.
Oh man, yes.
Yeah, because that's okay. So one of your things, like we're like Snake knows, and Snake Jones always knows, but I don't know if it was even in passing or just a little quick little thing. You had mentioned Orion, and Nimrod popped up for me because of the association again. And like that has been popping up for me over and over and over again. And Nimrod was the king that built, he was known as Nimrod the Hunter. He is also associated with the bow, and because he was a hunter with a bow. And so that's his symbol. And big thing, because he was this famous hunter guy, he became king, and because he was a great warrior. And he was the one that essentially, I don't know if he built the Tower of Babel or was king during the Tower of Babel, but at any rate, he was the king when it fell.
Yeah.
And he is notorious for being a bad guy. He made people care about the tower more than the people. It got to a point where the people would fall off the tower, because if you know the Tower of Babel story, it could it went into heaven, and you couldn't see the top. And there were generations living in the tower that had never been to the ground, and the languages were so messed up that the person next to you that you were talking to couldn't even understand what you were saying. Sounds a lot like what we're doing now, huh? So during that time, human life was so disposable that people would fall from the top layers of the Tower of Babel, and they would just brush it off. But if a brick fell off of the Tower of Babel, everybody would lose their shit, and everybody would go grab that brick and put it back into the tower.
And they would weep. They would weep over the brick. So the material over the spiritual.
That's right.
Yeah.
And it's this materialist God. We've made this Tower of Babel that is our God of materialism, and it's gonna crumble.
I'm gonna get my dry erase board.
Yes, yes, please do. That's yay. We get the dry erase board.
So Orion is the hunter, and he is up in kind of in Taurus, kind of in that marcation where we're talking about next year, right in between May and June. And he is like he's like Gilgamesh also. You know, I think of Nimrod and Gilgamesh having a lot of correlation, but let's see. So, all right. So this is your zodiac. There is your equinox line, right? And here we have, can it be seen? Yeah. So Orion is up here, right? And here's your there's your fall equinox, you know, so it's going that way. In perfect opposition of Orion, is this even this? I hope, is the camera flipped? It might be flipped,
No,
but anyways,
that's just for you.
okay. If the
Look
hunter's
your
up
normal.
here, if the hunter is up here, his 180 oppositional sign is over in this quadrant, and that's Ophiuchus.
Oh, Fucus. Oh,
So
interesting.
you have, so this is the sun pillar. This is the top, the sunny time of year. Down here's your moon pillar. I can't even draw. There's your moon pillar at the bottom. So Orion and Ophiuchus are in opposition of each other. Well, this is, the lights are turned Orion, and down here the lights are turned off Ophiuchus. There's your on and your off switch.
Cool.
So Gilgamesh is the hunter. He's he's building up. He's acquiring. He's the spirit of acquisition. He's rising. He's dominating the world. He's climbing to the pinnacle. And the masses have to generate Enkidu or Enkidu. And that's Ophiuchus. And so Ophiuchus, and Orion are in perfect opposition of each other. And in the story, they do battle. They tumble. And ultimately, Enkidu falls. Enkidu is like a Sasquatch.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. I forgot about that part.
He's Chewbacca.
He
Yeah, he's cool.
And Han Solo could be the hunter. So it could be Han Solo and Chewbacca representing Orion and Ophiuchus.
And they were best friends, but they used to love to wrestle in battle. I love those guys.
And some people say it got a little kinky, but
Yeah.
that's because Ophiuchus, he's got a snake between his legs.
Oh, really?
So of course it got a little kinky, right?
So let's take that kinked up thread and let's unravel it and see where it leads us.
Joe Rogan.
I want to jump in. Hey, Tanavir.
What's that?
I wanted to jump in and say Tanavir.
Oh, hey, Sean.
Hey, what's up? I'm walking my dog now, so I'm a little bit more available than when I was moving boxes. But when you said Ophiuchus has a snake between his legs, it makes me think of the Tanavir. Might be saying it wrong, but that's the like living serpent dildo go between you know, the ancient original couple in the sky. What are their names? You know, it's the serpent and let's see, what's the name of the huge beast in the ocean?
Leviathan.
Thank you, Leviathan and who's Leviathan's
Lilith?
counterpart?
Is it Lilith?
Yeah, it's got to do with Lilith. But so in the Baphomet book by Tracy Twyman and Alex Rivera, you know, God separated these creatures because they had such a lusty, kinky passion to get back together that if they were able to do it, not only did he separate them, but that he castrated the male part of the separation. And then they used this serpent dildo creature to culminate their sexual urges. And it was called the Tanavir or something like that.
Wow. Sean,
What's
you're
up?
my
Nice to meet
hero,
you, man.
man. You're my hero.
Wow. Well, what a humble honor and a terrifying thing to find out. But I'm glad to be here. Jim.
It's come to this, man. It has come to this.
Krista said Leviathan and Behemoth.
Thank you. Yeah, I knew one. Yeah, one is the sea, one's of the earth, and one's of the sea.
Behemoth sure sounds like Baphomet-ish.
I mean, it's worth studying. It's a far out trip. But as soon as you said Ophiuchus, well, it made me think when you first said it. It made me think of this amazing alchemical astrologer lady, Levette, on YouTube.
Levette.
Into.
You
Yeah.
turned me on to her a long time ago. I owe so much to you, and then right on to her, man.
Yeah, I still try to tune in and catch Levette when I can.
Yes, big love to Levette.
Yeah, she's I understand so little of what she has to say, but I'm still just like a student sitting quietly in class taking notes. Like I know all this is going to mean something later, so I just have to suck it in and keep it or whatever, you know.
Yeah, she has so much to say. I don't want to derail anything. I just want her to bring it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I felt like that. I mean, I was just I've got a storage unit in front of my house because we're in the middle of a remodel. And Jim dropped me the link and I'm like, well, I can listen, but I'm moving all these boxes, so I can't like be trying to talk to you guys and heave boxes back and forth because it's just asinine. It won't work, you know.
Mhm.
And our remodel has just been a nightmare. I mean, it's not been like really bad and terrible. It could have been a lot worse. So it's really a blessing that it's come along at all, but it's been just slow as molasses with all these interruptions. And we realized we're probably paying $200 a month or more to store different items because of extra storage. You know, we've got one of those little crates they dropped in front of the house and it's all filled up. And we realized we just got to move past the waiting stage and take action, even if it means moving shit into the house when we're not ready. And because we just can't keep throwing money down the drain with that thing sitting there. So I was just unloading it in a flurry and listening to your guys's. So I was imagining like these spiders with really long legs with their fishing poles hanging out over the sky. Like maybe they're up in the clouds and they're fishing and they've got long strings with hooks and whatever the bait is. And they're fishing for sinks, you know, like kitchen sinks and bathroom sinks and big industrial sinks. You know, the spiders are fishing for sinks, and I'm just listening. That's where I was at with it.
Well, we're the spiders fishing for synchros.
Yeah, exactly. Because my brain's doing the same thing your guys' is, only I'm not verbalizing until I said that to Jim. I said, well, I won't be able to talk unless you guys call me in because you need me for something, or if I can't stand it anymore. And as soon as you said Ophiuchus with a snake between his legs, I thought, Ophiuchus, man.
Yes,
That's talking about that guy
you
all the
remember
time.
correctly. It's Tanin Iver, TANIN apostrophe IVER.
Yeah,
Tanin
yeah,
Iver.
that thing. It's rarely known thing. If you don't follow Tracy and Alex and all this completely insane dark side shit that we're all obsessed with, then you'd never heard of it. But of course I have. Yeah, I can't see the dry erase board, but I was trying to imagine it.
I think of that often. I think of and that came from watching you. I learned it from watching you.
Oh, that's the famous drugs ad. So that gives me like a
Yeah,
warm
man.
feeling in my heart, you know.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
Right, cool
So
though,
funny.
dude. This community, man, the knowledge web that we're doing, this
Yep.
is some cool shit, man. That's
So
why
we're
Go ahead.
telling the stories of the stars while SB is unloading his storage, and these are
Oh.
these are the stairs
look
that
what
we-
that looks
Uh-huh.
like. What does
That
that
we-
look like?
that we stare at.
And I was going up and down the stairs every trip.
Up and down. The cycle
Everything in the
continues.
kitchen sinks.
I knew I was Yeah, exactly. I've got a kitchen sink laying on my back porch and an extra one in my kitchen that's made out of plastic, and a really nice one that's installed that finally has plumbing to it. So it's nice to have some sinks that work. Ha ha ha. Pun fully intended, gentlemen. I hope these sinks work. I don't want to fish for sinks that don't work. I only want sinks that do work.
Yes, sir.
If you guys knows what I mean.
Is that a Christopher Knowles reference?
Yes, it was absolutely. It was
Perfect.
really specifically for you, Alex.
Yeah, I got that. Credit where credit is due. There's a lot of sources that we have to.
There are a
share.
lot of sorcerers we have to give credit to.
Yes. many
Yeah,
of those.
he's definitely one of them, man. The gods wear spandex, like made a big impact on me. Like
Yeah.
when I read,
I haven't read that one yet, but I started to read the History of Rock and Roll one. I think that's what it's called.
Yep.
Mhm.
It was a really tragic thing what happened with us, with me and Jim at Picture Show, because before Tracy, passed away, our next step in the process in continuing with her and the show was that she was bringing Chris Knowles, and he was going to be on with us, and we had everything lined up, and she tragically had one of her episodes of being uncertain and untrusting and kind of shutting everyone out. And that time around, we were directly involved. She told us, "Hey, I'm leaving, and we're done with this. I can't explain anything." Because really what had happened is she had disappeared, and Jim and I had started to pretty avidly pursue trying to get in touch with her to confirm she was okay, because we were already worried at that point that things were going bad and we didn't know what was going to happen. And so when we could not get a hold of her at all, we started to send out messages that we were going to call in a safety call with the police, or try harder to reach out to people that might be in touch or local. And so when we did that, it got a hold of her, and she got a hold of us real briefly and said, "Well, I'm leaving the show, and that's all I'm going to tell you." And so that canceled the opportunity for the Knowles thing to happen. And it was just like a really disenchanting heartbreak. And for a while, I couldn't even listen to his stuff or look at his work. Not that it had anything to do with him directly, but it was such a sore spot. It's like, oh man, I never finished that book. And of course, Jim and I were just like, it's like being jettisoned into space. We didn't know what to do, separate to carry on. It's like as some shell of ourselves, It was just crazy.
Yeah, and that's kind of where the show picks up, where we try to heal some of those wounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Again,
It's what we're here to do, man.
September being Suicide Prevention Month. Again, let's highlight that point again.
Yeah, and that's why I always give so much appreciation to everybody that was, like Miras from the Picture Show Discord, and of course from our fan base, like one of our main, most devout and amazing participants. He did I don't know how many months, but months and months of we had the idea. Well, Jim first had the idea to make it not prescription anymore, to make it over-the-counter picture show, so that you didn't need a prescription anymore. And so Miras took off with that, but then somehow it got turned. He also coined RX Only People Show. And so if it was, I think it was all on BitChute, and I'm sure he still has all the recordings. And so what it was, and so these things will be available at some point again, just like everything else will. I got a hard drive in the mail today for Jim to copy some pertinent data onto it to send him so that he could disperse it at his leisure. But between that and Barsky and Jim and all you other folks picking it up, it's like I really can't express it in words how grateful and thankful I am that it happened, because I wanted nothing more than to make sure that it all didn't just go to shit. And I knew I was some kind of like David Lee Roth figurehead leader position, but I just didn't have anything. It wasn't there. I didn't have it. If I kept faking it, then you guys are going to watch me fireball into the fucking cliff, And I couldn't do it. I've done it before. I've fireballed my life before, so I know exactly what it feels like when you're on your way. And so I had to back out, and I really appreciated that everyone was able to, just jump in. It was such a relief to be like, oh, I don't have to do shit. I mean, that doesn't mean I'm never going to do shit again. There's just the opposite. I've been collecting equipment and a big plan, and I've got spaces. I'm building audio video production studio and an art studio. And,
Wow.
as soon as we get a little farther along, I'm just going to be full blast. I may go live every day. Who
Wow.
knows, you know?
That's really cool, Sean. That's good to hear, dude.
Yeah, I'm
brother.
not just going to stay here in the background. I'm heavy metal rock and roll with a hip hop style. I'm fucking coming back.
Yeah, brother. Yes.
Right on, brother. That's cool.
Yeah, I remember when right when that was coming down, I was I think I said it in the chat room one night on the show, but I was deciding that S minus B equals Q. And
Interesting.
so either you were Q or Steve Bannon.
Well, I mean, the real Q actually made a number of appearances on Picture Show, but very few people understand what that means. So he was on there at least 5 or 6 times. He never said anything, but he made many appearances. Right, Jim?
Oh yeah.
So speaking of filling in the holes, like I really think it's really cool how this has all kind of happened, like with Jim and me and Alan and Slick and Sean and Snake and like all you guys, Emily, Stella, all you guys, all you regulars that Krista. Oh yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Krista.
And like this whole community is, and I'm going to miss a lot of you because I don't pay attention to the chats because I'm terrible at multitasking, but like this, we're filling in these holes not because of our passion for this truth, not because we're trying to make it a career or anything. We're trying to do it because it needs to be done. And you're part of this too, Slick, that all these synchros are popping in and we have to move on them. And so one of those things that the reason why the title of this episode is what it is because of all of this is coming to all this, the interaction, we are greater than the sum of our parts. Like I see these amazing things happening with each other, with these like opening up these amazing superpowers that we have, that like Chance and I talking about energy healing and all these people getting into sigil magic, but coming at it from a very divine perspective, that we just want what is the greatest good. I don't give a fuck about your little political, bullshit. Like there's something way, way bigger than all of that. Like people are upset about the Texas abortion thing. And I'm like, yeah, you should be upset about that. But that's a bigger thing. Like it's pointing to that they're taking your freedoms away for a reason. You need to know why. We're trying to figure out why that is happening, because not only are they taking away freedoms on the left, they're taking them on the right too. And these people, they don't see it. They see this, but we're going, stop looking at the finger. Look at the moon.
That's right.
So at any rate, so Alan has pointed out that we can do video conferencing in Telegram. So I started a group today called the Mystic Knights of the Midnight Movie. So what we're going to start this to do is I desperately want Lindsay and Chance to be in on this one because they haven't seen Metropolis yet. But all this that we're talking about, just a little hint, and we talked about it before, but that demon that they're feeding people into that you see in the Queen video and Under Pressure, all that video is Metropolis. If you've never seen Metropolis, that video is it, but it's from 1927, and it is showing us what is happening right now. That
Yeah, everything's in it. It's the whole
Everything's
story's
in
in
it.
that movie.
yeah, Sean, you've
It's
got
really
to
funny
be.
you say that because, well, first of all, I mean, I was kind of born into a life of the midnight movies. I went to the Rocky Horror Picture Show for the first time when I was 4 years old,
Wow.
and I was having like a vision earlier, thinking about having a movie night with all of us, a private movie night, you know, not a broadcast. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess we could make it a broadcast, but I was thinking we could call it Movies with Mushrooms, and that just everyone's just required in one capacity or another to have mushrooms. Either you're gonna eat that you like, or you're gonna have them on your dinner, or you're gonna have a stuffed mushroom in your lap, and we're
That'd
gonna
be
watch
fun.
and commentate on movies with mushrooms. And so then you say Midnight Riders. No, you said Moonlight Riders of the Midnight Movies. No, that's not right. That was close
Miss-
though.
Mystic Knights of the Midnight Movies.
Yes.
I was a little late
Oh,
tonight because I
and the
was
episode's
preparing
called-
mushrooms in my oven.
Nice, perfect, yeah.
So
And
here-
don't get me wrong, I'm not big on
Oh, my
on
spaghetti.
taking mushrooms anymore, but there's always rare exceptions you can make. You know, my days of truly imbibing hallucinogens are long since past. I don't really need that.
These are store-bought grocery.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking more like Morels,
Mhm.
but I mean, just the same if someone decides they want to eat a quarter ounce of Azure Essence and see how they fare through the showing of Metropolis, that's fine by me too.
No, I think this is going to be fun because we're always like, I always learn amazing things from you guys, and like everything's pointing to a lot of that. And I think we need to pay attention.
So the question becomes: will it be more Mystery Science Theater 3000,
Oh,
or
it'll
will
definitely
it be more like director's commentary?
Oh, there will definitely be dick
Insight and
jokes.
humor.
There will be dick jokes
Yeah.
for sure. You know us, right? You're not new here.
Oh yeah.
No, the way you said that, it made me imagine there will be blood. Only it's different.
There will be dick jokes. Oh, that's it. I got to
That's right.
change the name of the group now. There will be dick jokes.
Menstruating eels.
There will be.
There will be a show where we discuss the menstruating eels.
Now wait, eels menstruate?
Very
Eels
carefully.
have,
Show me the paper. Show me the papers, Alan.
eels have menses? Because I watched a video. I shared a video on Facebook day before yesterday of an eel digging and diving into a rock and capturing an octopus and twisting around in circles until he ripped it into pieces and then carried it away to go eat it. And it was just horrifying in a great way. But I never imagined them like, maybe that's what was wrong. Maybe that eel was on her period or had some PMS.
Well, it brings us back to the tannin ivor.
Yeah, I think tannin ivor is closer.
Right. So the quote
Tan-
is a slithering serpent without eyes who somehow enables the castrated Samael to have sex with Lilith. But if he were to manifest fully, then the destruction of the universe, which happens whenever these two truly mate, would come about anyway.
Yes.
So whatever tannin ivor does for them, it has the capability of being just as good as the real thing. But mercifully, right now, it is not, or else we would all be dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tannin ivor is tienin, to have, never.
Yeah.
Never to have.
Is this unrequited love?
Yeah, or you could also you said your name is Gabriel. You could have to have never, literally. Like if I wasn't castrated, I would bring never. I would bring
Yes.
nothingness. I'd collapse the
Yes.
sky and draw the sun and moon down to the earth.
Yes.
So here the tannin ivor is likened to a line that unites the two creatures and is said to be riding them and to be symbolized by the goat demon Azazel. I'm
The red
quoting
cap.
from- I'm
You're
quoting
rocking the
from
red
Baphomet.
cap.
Baphomet, the temple mystery unveiled. Remember, Baphomet, Baphomet, ooh la
Ooh la la.
The French
Hey, you guys want to hear the backstory on that?
Yes, please.
One time, me and Jim were sitting in a bar, and there's this really witchy bartender, and she was showing old silent movies like Metropolis and like a bunch of other ones that are really similar, even some with the same actors. And we were, of course, bringing up occult and esoteric topics. And when we said Baphomet, she corrected us that it's Baphomet. And so then, we had a little discussion briefly about how that there really isn't a guaranteed pronunciation and nobody knows for sure, but that, whatever you prefer is fine. And somewhere in that conversation, Jim might remember better than me, that somehow Tresemme, that Tresemme hair commercial got brought into it. And so, to me, every time I hear somebody say Baphomet, that's what happens no matter what. There's no preventing it in my mind. If you say Baphomet, I say Baphomet, Baphomet, ooh la la.
So that brings Theresa May, and Taurus is in May.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And Taurus, the sign of Taurus is the horns, and she is called the head maiden, is one of her many titles. The head maiden.
Yeah, that made me think Theresa May, blah, blah, blah.
Now I'm thinking of De Molay, Eversay, Cathars. Can we get into that topic now, Slick Dissident? The toxoplasmosis.
Yeah, man.
Cathars and the cats and the.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so ever since I learned that, first of all, that the research is not new, it's new to us, but what is so fascinating is how far back it goes in time. With just a little imagination, some of these scenes that come through the myths, they open the possibilities for catastrophic events. And so I guess I could start with the first horseman, initiation. And the first horseman is wearing the crown, the corona, and carrying the bow. Bow and hunter. So we have the initiation, we have the bow. And the Greek word for bow is taxo. And taxo, all of these things are triggers right now. And it all kicked off when the 1-9, the 1 to the 9, the new cycle, here we are with all this initiation going on.
Right? 1-9.
And so when I looked at the scientific images of toxoplasmosis, immediately my mind went to the scene of Neo, where he's in an enclosed room. They're putting the mask on him. They've smithed his munt. They put the smith munt on him, and he goes onto the altar, onto the table, which is a symbol of the magician. The magician has the table with all his tools and implements, and Agent Smith pulls out a toxoplasmosis parasite. Now, here's another thing about Smith and initiation and beginnings. Some believe that there once was a planet inside the orbit of Mercury, and that planet was Vulcan. And there's a missing planet that's even more proximal to the sun than the orbit of Mercury. And once upon a time, in some obscure maps, there is a Smith, the divine metallurgist of the heavens. And so there is your initiation. There's your beginning. So it starts with Vulcan, and then it goes to Mercury, which the the toxoplasmosis parasite that they put in him is like quicksilver. It melts before it comes to life, and then they put it inside of him, and now he's initiated. And he wakes up and he thinks it was all a dream. But that scene is just steeped in the initiation process. So let me I bring forward the myth that a lot of this is kind of standing on. Has to do with the Knights Templar and Jacques Molay, and the King of France wanted to get in the group. He noticed that there were certain allegiances that he was not privy to, and they say that he wanted to be one of the Templars, that he wanted to be initiated. But Jacques Molay was like, no, we're not having it. And so the king sent in spies to go through the initiation process unbeknownst to Jacques Molay, allegedly. And those spies went through the first initiation process, which was to spit on a crucifix and then walk upon it. And then they were brought into a chamber, a dark chamber, and there was a ceremonial cat in place on an altar. And there's your table. There's the magician's table. And they would approach, I believe they're blindfolded. They would approach the cat, and they would be instructed to kiss the cat's ass. And all of these things, that's all done in front of witnesses. And so the witness, it can be used to testify against you in the future. If they ever want to bring it up, that we'll tell everybody that you were kissing cat ass. And so now you're shamed into the group. But here's where it gets really speculative. I believe, so the inevitable outcome for everybody is that they will be exposed to this toxoplasmosis, the parasite that lives inside the belly of a cat. And there's so many things, I mean, it gets really weird, but there's so many things you can do to prepare the cat. You know, you could swab it with all kinds of oils. It could be anointed with all kinds of, who knows what, mind-altering substances. But when they kiss the ass of the cat, and this is me, this is not part of the story, this is me guessing what might have been going on. I think that the host, the person, the master of ceremonies, would be keeping record of their physiological response. And when they kiss the ass of the cat, if you are Rh negative, your physiological response will indicate that. And if you're Rh positive, your response will be otherwise. And it could just be as simple as your eyes dilating or not. That right there is enough to sift the wheat from the chaff. And now the wheat from the chaff, that's the threshold. That's the threshing room. And so if you are of the divine bloodline, if you're Rh negative, then you will conceivably be aroused. Your eyes might dilate, and then you might be the chosen one, or one of the chosen ones of the Atlantean bloodline from the Basque country, Rh negative, not a monkey. Now, if your physiological response is otherwise, it doesn't mean that you're useless. They're still going to put you to use. They're going to tell you, oh yeah, you're in the club. You're come on in. We got a mission for you, and they'll use you as a pawn because you're of the wheat rather than the chaff. The wheat would be the weak ones. The chaff is the chief, the kings. And there's a reversal there. There's a bit of a reversal there, and I could get to that later.
I hope you do. I want to.
What's that?
I hope you do. I really want to hear it.
Okay, it goes deep really fast from here. Once we're out on that branch, there's nowhere else to go. So those who are of the monkey bloodline, rhesus macaques, they will be used. So I'm going to go back a little further in time. I'm going to talk about the the temple of Ethiopia, the Jubilees temple. And in the temple of Jubilees, there are lions guarding the temple of the king. And I'm not just talking about Selassie. I'm talking about all the kings in that temple for generations far gone. So the members of the court in that temple, so we're out of France, we're stepping away from the Knights Templar, we're going down to Ethiopia. And the members of that court, they would be very well aware that their babies do not survive the exposure to toxoplasmosis. That's why daddy's got to change the litter box. Well, there are lions who guard the gates of the temple in the Jubilee Palace. And so the maidens of the court, the ladies of the court, they're not going to mate with any chump who comes walking through those doors. They can only mate with the bloodlines who will persevere, who have the threshold to withstand the exposure to the toxoplasmosis. So that indicates that they are of good breeding stock. And to have a child with any man who walks through the lion's den and comes standing erect with his eyes dilated and maybe even a little bit ready to go, who's turned on, they are good breeding stock. But if you're Rh positive, you walk through that lion's den, your physiological response will be like a monkey. And you'll come walking up to the king and your decision making will be altered. You won't be fully in your capacity. You won't be wearing the crown. You'll be altered. So I believe that toxoplasmosis is double, maybe triple. It serves many purposes. It separates the wheat from the chaff, the threshing room. The cat's tail threshes, right? It threshes. And so those who respond with the monkey response, who come weak, they are self-identifying as unworthy. And those who come through the lion's den to meet the king, and they're like, what do you got? With confidence, they are worthy to be elevated, to be recognized as Rh negative, as the royal house, Rh, royal house. And so all of this initiation history builds into the Lion King. In the Lion King, the initiatory scene, the initiation of the whole movie, is a monkey holding up the lion, exalting the lion. It's a totem pole. It's a totem of the monkey on the bottom. In the Babylon is above, exalted. Darwinism. This is the foundation of Darwinism.
Wasn't it a baboon too that did it in the
BB? The BB. The baboon. And
Wow.
the baby lion.
Is that like the opening scene in 2001: A Space Odyssey with the black
the
monolith?
bone, with the bone flying in the air and the ape grabbing it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My God, it's full of stars.
I gotta blow your guys' mind real quick.
Please
If you're
do.
good with that. So I'm walking along with my pug, and there's also an order of the pug where you have to initiate by kissing the pug's asshole. That came out. There really is, and that's
repugnant.
it is repugnant. I agree. Well, my pug's asshole looks like an Eskimo, so that makes it even weirder for me. But as I'm walking along, there's a piece of paper on the ground, like a regular piece of paper with a piece of tape on it. And so I glanced down, and it's got red writing on it.
I'm laughing too hard at them.
Eskimo
I can't hear.
or Eskimo?
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'll send you a picture if you want to see
Oh,
it.
please, yeah. Post it in the Telegram group. Oh, God, that's
So,
great. Okay, sorry.
are we
I'm
looking
sorry. Go
for
ahead.
worms?
So
in
I
the
so of
picture?
course I picked up this piece of paper, And I pick it up, and I don't know what it is, but it says in red Sharpie, Precious Calcutta L50YX. And, you know, of course, that doesn't really mean anything. But, you know, in this kind of a conversation, to me, it's like, okay, I can't really not receive this as a message. Because for one thing, I saw it and picked it up. If I would have tried to ignore it, then I could have at least ignored the message. But I'm still carrying it. I'm arriving back to my house now. And,
Read it again, SB. I missed that. Read it one more time.
It's okay, I'll give you everything it says, okay? But in red Sharpie, it says, Precious Calcutta. And then, so what it is it says Precious is the product line, Calcutta is the color, and the dye lot is L5, and it's either 0 or the letter O, YX. And I just couldn't help but share that with you guys because it's just been messing with me. Like, it makes me think of course, of Mother Teresa and a big fat black girl named Precious. And I mean, of course, we could immediately go to trying to numerology and or decode it any way we want, but I just couldn't not share it with you because I mean, I just carried it home. Now I'm going to keep it, and it's going to be a marker of this evening on this broadcast to me forever. And I'm sure I'll have to mess with it now, but
Sean,
Precious Calcutta.
was it
Yeah,
L50YX?
that's correct.
So the first thing that comes up if you just Google that is customer reviews of Men on Pause. Men on Pause, a man's guide to understanding menopause.
Of course.
Oh boy. PAWS. Pause. There's a boy named Catboy Cammy. If you've ever gotten into that weird Twitch stream culture. Literally.
Well, plus there's I want to sorry to interrupt you, Ellen, but there's also this thing I keep saying coming up my feed in my Twitter feed about men, the argument about men being able to become pregnant, and I don't know what it's from, because I assume that there's some, you know, there's what it was is the rapper. I know I never looked at the picture, but the rapper Lil Nas X, who's, you know, famously getting sodomized by Satan in his homosexual music videos recently. Apparently did some kind of a photo shoot where they've made him appear pregnant. So Men on Pause.
Yes. Manson did that imagery before, so it's not new. And there is a new Drake album that people are talking about, and the cover of that album is what? The emoji of pregnant people of all the different skin tones.
Oh, the Drake album is pregnant people too?
That seems to be the cover art. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's
Can
so much.
Nas X, that's a mutable cross.
Mhm.
Prone to change. And he goes through whatever dynamic shifts of grand proportions on all his videos, you know.
So you've been seeing the X sign too a lot, right?
Yeah. Anthony is the cardinal cross. And then there's
right there.
Andrew. The Andrew is the mutable cross. Androgynous.
Right.
Andrew's cross. It's also the bondage cross that people, you know, get in the ready position, ready player one. They get ready to get the
right.
BDSM stuff going on.
That's interesting. Because I've been wondering why in all superhero movies, not so much the comics, but in the movies, they always put the hero in a binding like this. Like in Incredibles, he's got the cuffs and they're holding him like this. And they do it in Iron Man too, I think.
Yes.
The third one or
Yep.
But I see that over and over again. I think one of the Captain Americas, they
Yep.
like
Even Wolverine, when they bury him, they put a cross in, and the girl comes back, and she makes it a
makes an
beautiful
X.
X-Man cross. So
Yeah.
in the age of Pisces, we are in a mutable cross. Thank you, Levette.
Yeah.
We're in the mutable cross right now, and we're about to break into Aquarius, allegedly, and that's a fixed cross. So I think of when I was talking about in the celebration of Vulcanalia on 79 AD, or yeah, 79 AD. 79 is the atomic number for gold. And so when they were bringing offerings up to the volcano, the offerings were fish, because they were evoking the turning of the age.
Pisces, yeah.
Right. And so all of these signs and symbols, they're harnessing what will inevitably happen, what is naturally inevitable. And they're just, it's like an offering to acknowledge that we're in the mutable age, and they're ready for the turning, and they want to reap the benefits when that turn happens, when Rome falls again.
You're here. I've been saying that
Yeah.
to people for about a year and a half now, that, the most obvious thing from studying this, that for me anyway, is that we really are definitely at the cusp of some age, and we can't accurately delineate for ourselves necessarily where exactly we are in that.
Mhm.
But that it appears that some either human beings or other entities, I always think of the entities from Dune that can fold time, that they used to be human, but now they're like Lynchian creatures in a cage or something,
The spice.
Yeah, exactly.
Who controls the spice controls the history. What is that weird old thing where he says the magic words as he takes the spice? The weird ass priest
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
Yep, that brings it full circle when we have the Dune worms and the spice melange and the Baron Harkonnen, who's known as a boy lover, and there is a needle, the Gom Jabbar.
Jabbar.
Yep, and here's the cover of this new album, and here's another. Can I show you this other image here? I don't know if it'll allow me to skip to that. There it is. So here's some humiliation rituals happening with these black recording artists. So here's the joke where this. What is the name of the title of this album? Is it Certified Lover Boy, or is it Certified Boy Lover? We're a little bit confused. And someone made a meme about Drake in a daycare using crayons to draw his album cover.
There's that mutable X.
Yep.
He's drawing a mutable X.
Yeah, let's zoom in on that.
Yep, and that candle, that's the Sarah. Sarah means wax. And so
Now
he's
this is just a meme I picked off of Twitter. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who made it or how widely shared it is, but it's the first thing I saw to share with you here.
Yeah, DC. He's got the DC daycare down there.
Yep.
That's 4x3 quadrivium trivium. And the next one with the pregnant ladies, that's 4x3. That's your DC. That's your
yeah. Let me go back to that one here.
And it's also amounts to the 12 lots of the zodiac. And also, isn't there a ceremonial garb for the temple, for the tabernacle? Has the 4x3 stones in a vest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The priests wear the vest with the stones. If
Somewhere I've got art that I
that.
made of that. I'll try to remember to drop that in the Telegram to you. Somewhere I've got art that I made of Snake Jones in that garb. I memed him up and made it look pretty believable, so that Snake Jones himself is the high priest entering into the Holy of Holies.
Yeah, brother.
He is quite the cosplayer, Like he's a Comic-Con wearing like sexy vampire stuff. And I could see that dude gets down. He gets down.
Well, I remember not too long ago, They
He's
were
gonna hate
insisting
me.
when he was checking out of a hotel, an expensive hotel, and the woman insisted that he had to wear a mask to check out. So he went upstairs and got his like full blown protective gas mask.
Oh, right.
Put
Yeah.
it on.
His World War II masks. Yeah.
No, I think it was actually like a modern help you breathe in
Oh,
dust or debris mask. But I mean, it was just hilarious to me that like, oh, I have to wear a mask. Hey, no problem, lady. Just a second, I got you covered here. But yeah,
We all know
No.
that mask is Etruscan for person,
right.
right? I think a lot of this lockdown, I personally believe is a retaliation for a lot of the sovereignty movement that's coming around. And, you know, the signaling, you know, all the world is a stage, you know, Gates, Gates. You just move that G, little switch through, you get stage. We've been initiated onto the stage, and it's mandatory that you wear your mask.
Gates is an anagram for stage.
this is the inversion too. Like, remember, it wasn't that long ago when when you said somebody was wearing a mask, that was a metaphor for something you can't trust. It was something that people you can't show me your face. I'm not going to trust you. Like, this wasn't that long ago. I mean, I'm 50, but I'm not ancient.
Yeah.
I mean,
mask is an anagram for scam.
Yeah. And that's the inversion. That's the freaking inversion, man.
Oh, I follow so many black people on Twitter, and Black Twitter is awesome. If you're not following lots of black people on Twitter, you're not really getting the Twitter experience. At least not the best part of it, in my opinion. And the overwhelming hilarity of them redundantly joking, and different people, ones that don't even know each other or aren't even in the same circles. They're like, wait, now I have to wear a mask to the store, like to the bank? Like, you want me to walk into the bank with a mask on? So
Right.
That was just really funny, you know.
Right.
Oh.
You know,
We all feel that way, but obviously they, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, they feel it to the heightened degree because, you know, most black people can't even go shopping without somebody following them around.
Right.
And,
Now check this out. Take it to another level. Early in this show, I went in the bank and they told me to wear a mask. It was a total flip, but something that I wish I had the wherewithal in the moment to bring to bear in the conversation was white people wearing masks everywhere is very culturally insensitive, historically and
Yeah,
culturally
right.
insensitive.
Yeah.
So for particularly the liberal-minded, culturally triggerable people out there, to be telling everyone to wear a mask is, you're basically clan deniers.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Hey, just an aside, the John McAfee Telegram just now dropped a Google Drive link. So somebody else can go look at that right now. And I just wanted to let somebody, put it out there.
Let's not be using our real name Google Drive accounts to access anything.
Yeah,
related
do
to
not
Google
do that.
Drives. We're not advocating anybody
Yes.
to download files that will incriminate them.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
don't do
Be
that.
advised
Be
not
smart.
to do
If you're
that.
not good at this,
Exactly.
don't do it. If you're
Yeah,
not good at
don't.
Even if you are good at this, don't do it.
Yeah.
We still need you. You haven't been on the show yet. We need to hear from you.
It's
That's
not going
right.
anywhere.
That's right.
It'll be there after somebody else checks it out,
Yeah.
reports back what terrible things are in there.
Yeah.
You know, one more thing I want to put on, the gates and the stage initiation, gates, archways of initiation.
Mhm.
That's a theme that's almost enough to drive a man crazy if he knows what he's looking at in movies nowadays. But also, gates is gatos. There's your cats.
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 Cats. They mark the gates. What
Oh,
do they
oh God.
gates of Angkor lions.
Angkor what? The Watts lion?
Well, yeah, they're the lions. If you ever go in a person's house and they have the statues of lions,
Right.
they're called the
Food dogs, right? Well, food dogs are different, right? Than the lions.
Yeah, the lions. I think it's Icor, the Icor lions.
Oh, right. Oh, I know. what you're talking about.
Yep, and Icor is the blood of the gods.
Yeah, the golden blood of the gods.
Yeah, yeah. What were you gonna say, Gordy?
Oh, okay. So if you hadn't, I thought I mentioned it on last week's, but so the whole Gates thing, and I've gone back, but I haven't gone back far enough. Rogueways last year, maybe the year before, she was doing Lindsay was doing an IDF session with Phoenix Aurelius. During that session, they were trying to get to the force that is behind the whole Bill Gates push. When they did that, when they were doing that, it's a process. You ask it yes and no questions and get a percentage. So you refine your question and you get a better percentage. You refine your question, you get a better percentage. You refine your question again and you get a worse one. That's where you're doing something. You're getting somewhere, right? So
Wow.
In that process, when she was talking to Fee, they were talking about Bill Gates and Moloch. Moloch came up. And they refined it a little more, and it was Balaam Moloch. It was the force that was pushing behind the Bill Gates vaccine push.
I vaguely remember that.
Do you remember that?
Yep. That's the one where they ask the things yes or no questions.
The intrinsic data field stuff that he's got. Yeah.
So we can connect that to the priestly breastplate and the Urim and Thummim, which may have been a divinatory device.
I love you guys. I love you guys.
This is why we do this, man.
Yes.
But that's not really what I wanted to say. That was just a little footnote to your discussion. What I wanted to mention was Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master, the connection to Templars, and banking. Money grows on the tree of knowledge.
I got that book. Haven't read it, but I got the book. Ban King.
I have to warn anybody who reads this book. They will not think of money the same way they did before. It is a book that I don't take lightly. I don't offer it to anyone lightly. It will certainly completely change everything,
Snake Jones, I know you're out there, brother. I know you're out there with that tattoo. There it is.
Oh, check this out. So, do you know Bad B from the group, Slick? We haven't had him on Bad B in the Telegram group.
I don't.
So he's just one of us. But I had breakfast with him last weekend. I'm going to have breakfast with him not tomorrow, Saturday, Monday morning. So we have coffee and we're just talking and getting to know each other. He knows he's one of us. Right. So first thing I see is on his bicep right here, a big 19.
Wow. Yeah, man. Yeah. Power. That's powerful. It's the S. It's that S, that dollar sign.
The
possession. It's the suffix of ownership.
Self-ownership, sovereignty, sovereignty.
I'm a black rapper, gotta wear that gold dollar chain. $IS. Who's back in the news again? IS.
Wow.
ISIS K, which is what the 11th letter in the alphabet, I think. So it's like ISIS II.
That depends on what your definition of is.
Who said that? Quote your source.
Have you not seen the documents, Alan?
For the listeners tonight, cite your source, please. Who said that depends on what the definition of is?
Hey, I
Gates.
wanted to.
I mean, whoa, I said it wrong. Huh? Bill Clinton. There you go.
I wanted
Which
to point
bill
out.
was it? Was it a dollar bill?
No.
Can you take that check to the Bank de Molay?
Oh, wow. Yes. Yes.
Count de mole. Like count the money.
So, have you guys ever heard that this is this is just somewhere in the files of the back of the database here, but have you guys ever heard that when Christ flipped the tables on the bankers, on the money changers, that there's a million good reasons to do that, but somebody once put the idea in my mind that it was because they were minting the coins with an image of the calf, which was by design defiling the temple. So they were putting a forbidden icon, the icon that pissed Moses off, on the money.
Wait, are you taking
What
us
was-
to Wall Street right now? Is
Owl-
there a
Owl
cow
Street?
Do you know
on
the name of that calf?
Wall Street?
No,
Do you
what's
know
the name of that
calf?
No.
Baal.
Ah. Really?
Yes.
Ballers.
No joking. Baal. Balaam.
Baal.
Sounds like a bull market.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
You have to grab the bull by the horns, but sometimes by the testicles.
Oh, okay. So
It was-
check this
It was
out.
Bill Jefferson, by the way. Bill Jefferson. That
Bill
was the dollar
Jefferson.
bill. Bill Jefferson Clinton.
See? So, oh,
BJ.
where was it?
BJ. That's Boaz and Joachim.
Boaz and Joachim. Yeah.
C. BJ. C.
So, okay. This just hit me too.
Yeah.
Lindsay and I were talking about Balaam Moloch, maybe, and the spellings, right, being interesting, because when I was researching this stuff this week, there's a whole bunch of different spellings, right? And the one that they came up with in the IDF was BA''ALAM, and then Moloch, right? And a lot of times I am wondering, because when I was looking into the comparative myths and stuff, there's a Moloch and then there's a Bala. And so it's like a twin flame thing, maybe, that
Yeah.
like maybe Leviathan and was it Behemoth?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
maybe this is
Leviathan and
the
Behemoth.
the
Yep.
Taurus is the Baal and the Moloch is the child eater.
Yes, because Samael and Lilith, aka Leviathan and Behemoth, are constantly longing for each other. They found a way to mate via an intermediary called Tananiver, the blind dragon, or the groomsman. And in the connection to the banking industry, do you have a middleman as the banker? Is the bank an intermediary between you and your money?
Well, the currency itself is an intermediary between you and the thing that you're getting.
Yes.
We don't need intermediaries. This is what Christ is teaching us, that we don't need an intermediary. We can go
Yep.
straight to the source anytime.
It
anytime.
keeps coming up. They've banned the king.
They banned the
Banned
king.
They banned the cure.
Mhm.
Bankers.
Oh, I
So-
wanted to point out too, just real quick, going back in the chat, Nivad 17. Everybody go join that Telegram. They were saying that Hunter Biden's son, Jim, you saw it, right? Did you read it? Do you remember what I can't find
Yeah.
it now.
Is what are his son's name are Bo and Hunter?
Bowen Hunter, right? Bow Hunter.
Bo Hunter. Yeah.
Katniss Everdeen.
Oh God, dude.
Most dangerous game. Diana, DNA. Hunting for men. They're accepting offers. People are volunteering. They're pound
yeah.
of flesh. Yeah.
They can't wait to sign up, man. They go and show it on Instagram.
Yeah.
You know, Hollywood loves to sacrifice young virgins by giving up their innocence and stealing it from them. And Diane, the places where they worship Diana, there was like a mountain lake, Diana's mirror, and they would be surrounded by Hollywood trees. So the Hollywood it goes with Diana.
Yes. You know, Hollywood, this came to me a while back, and it just, I think somewhere on Sam Tripoli, he had a guest on who's like a master at the Illuminati card game. And this guy can just go and go and go. He's like a train. But he had a graphic in the background that was Owlywood. And he was saying it's not Hollywood, it's Owlywood. And so I've taken that and I've taken it to the next level. It's even owl lie with Odin. And here comes Tanavir again. The owl lying with Odin. They need a medium, a go-between. And that's us. Oh.
We live
Wow.
in mind.
SB, you still there? Oh, he's muted.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna have to bail pretty quick because I gotta get up really early in the morning. So, but so part of me regrets it, but part of me appreciates being here at all. But
Rock on, man.
and plus I'm back home now, and I don't know who's asleep. And the last time I was on this particular broadcast, the reason I left was because my 17-year-old sent me a message, a very polite yet curt message, requesting that maybe I could be quieter because he might want to get some sleep. And I had no idea that he could hear me, but you know, I was upstairs in my office, and I figured my feet moving around on the kind of half stand-up desk that I have, and plus me talking, and the pug snoring was just enough to make me aware and considerate now when I've come home this time. And so I made myself a sandwich, and I went and sat on the back porch and looked around to see if I could find the moon, and then remembered that it's at only 4% waning, so it's probably not very visible anywhere in the sky unless you get it way up high. And yeah, but I appreciate you guys. And I would try
Much
to
love,
just lay
SB.
around and listen. Yeah, love you guys very much. Nice to meet you, man, Gabriel. And I'll definitely subscribe and check out your channel. And we'll just have to keep this perpetuating this energy that we all have. That's I consider to be very natural, honest, genuine, straightforward, curious, real energy. You know, like, and that's, to me, that's really what everything's all about. Is I mean, to me, you know, it's been since I was 13 and I answered the altar call in church at Hume Lake. I've, you know, been trying pretty consistently on and off to do my best to act, you know, not like what people think Jesus acted like, but what I interpret him to have acted like by redundantly studying the scriptures. And that's I feel like that's the energy that I get from you guys, whether that's your beliefs or not, doesn't matter. Because to me, if you have to substitute a different prophet or icon in the place of Jesus, as long as it's of the same spirit. And I know that many people would consider that blasphemy, but I'm not one of these people that just strictly judges people based on their confessed religion. I judge people by the content of the character and the redundancy of it. And you're all welcome to use that technique. But to me, that's what I find to be most true. You know, if someone's character is genuine and consistent, even if sometimes they flail or fail or, you know, disappoint me, doesn't matter. If over the longer arc of things it's consistent, then I love it. And that's what I'm in this world for. And you guys are it. Literally, like, tag, you're it, you are it. So I appreciate you all very much.
Much love, SB. Much love.
Yeah, we'll do this again soon. I'll be in touch with all you guys. I'll jump in the chat tomorrow or something and just drop some stuff. If I said I was gonna post something and I don't remember by tomorrow, and if you remember, you can always remind me. For anyone that's hearing this is welcome to hound me and see what results they get. I do try to correspond with as many people as reach out. So
Thank you for jumping in, dude. I always appreciate it when you're here, dude. Thank you
Like I'm
very much.
to me, this is the backstage to the big stage. We're going to open the curtain and just go back out on stage here pretty soon. I don't know how long it's going to take for it to be obvious to everyone else, but you guys are in the clique with me. You guys are the clique. You guys are what kept me alive when I was dead, if that makes sense, you know. So, well, we're gonna blow the fucking wheels off of this fucking tour bus.
Rock and roll.
It's smoke machines and bubble machines and lights and wigs and makeup, and you guys can scream at me on the microphone
Pots.
for requests, and I'll try to play them out on the guitar and sing them as fast and as effectively
Oh,
as I can.
dude. That's the other thing I was thinking. We need to do a karaoke night. That'd be really
Yeah.
fun. Like we just all jam together. Like if we could work that out in the Telegram thing, that'd be rad, man.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll say one more thing before I go, and then I really do got to bail now. Before Jim and I met officially, and before we became very best of friends and working together and all that stuff, we both used to frequent the same karaoke bar, and we used to both compliment each other on our excellence in singing and which songs we chose. So I'll leave you guys with that. So, yeah, if you guys want to do karaoke night, we'll rock your socks, man. We will tenacious to your assholes. So be ready.
Mascara may or may not be required for this karaoke night.
Oh, it's
Mascara,
required.
The mascara, the makeup, or the song by John Frusciante? If you've never listened to Mascara by John Frusciante, then go look it up tonight when you're done. I beseech you. And with that, I'm going to push the mute button. I love you guys all, man. Talk to you soon.
Love you, brother.
Take it easy. Good night.
Is it time for intermission?
Oh, right. We do that. Do we do that now? Are we getting organized? Hey, there's the man. Chance Garden.
What's happening?
What up? Hey, really cool to meet you, Slick. Is
Great
that
to
your
meet
real
you.
name?
No, I go by Gabriel.
Cool, Gabriel. Okay, I will file that. But I've been turned on to your YouTube channel. Really like your whiteboard presentation style. So many connections.
My cave drawings.
He's the white hat of the group.
I thought I would tag in for Sean though.
Claim your color hat right now.
I didn't
So
think
Chance-
white hats existed, so I'm glad that they do.
Chance, your image in the background brings an idea I had.
Which one? The egg or the triangle?
The Triskelion, the triangle. I had an idea. We should, if anybody has any appropriate tattoos, we should do a tattoo share.
I have 3 appropriate tattoos.
Are they shareable? You willing to show me yours if I show you mine? Oh, nice. Weaving spider.
Yeah, long
Solid.
before I was weaving anything. I had this.
Yeah.
The other relevant ones, then you show me yours.
All right.
Electricity.
Oh, solid. Wow. Yeah.
Both sides of it.
Those are cool, man.
Yeah,
I meant
man.
to. I don't know if I
Uh,
told you before when you showed me those. Those are rad, man.
You have
That
to
is.
kind of look to see the face, but
The
there's like
faces.
a divine feminine goddess and then like a destructive force on this side. Had no idea why I drew those other than I survived a crazy lightning storm on a mountain when I was 23. And when I came back, I drew those and got them tattooed on my arm.
That's awesome.
about you?
Makes me think of the Squatter Man.
Oh,
Very cool.
very cool.
Yeah, the Triskelion. And so I got it. Well, when I was 17, I was at a tattoo shop and I went through books and books and books of tattoos, and none of them did anything for me except for the Triskelion. And when I asked the tattoo artist what that particular tattoo meant, he said it means the land of no king. And so that just hit the mark. And it was profound how I had sifted through all of his records and nothing was worthy. But that, and when he told me what it meant, it brought to full bear what sigils can do. You know, the truth struck me. It struck me. And it was probably 20 years later that I was having quite the crisis. And I had been stabbed in the back. And somebody, so I needed to stake my claim and make it clear that this is no man's land. This is the land of no king. But as I live with that symbol, it gains meaning. Every time the meaning comes to me, it gets heavier and heavier. But I recently did some work on Mercury and the symbol of Mercury. And I was wrong with my Mercury. It's actually something more like, let's see. And that is the symbol of Mercury. And this is also the Shogun's Triskelion of Japan. You know, the standard 3-leaf clover of Japan. So it's Celtic and it's also Japanese, and it kind of and the meaning stays the same. In Japan, it means land of no king. It means no neutral territory, where if you kill somebody and their blood spills on that ground, there's no sovereign there. So nobody's liable for the body cleanup. And it, even cross-culturally, it maintains that implication. But now that I realize that it's also Mercury, things just it gets more and more intense, because Gabriel is the messenger. That's my name. And Mercury is the messenger. And it turns out Barak, the spirit of Barak, came to Muhammad and gave him a ride became a white horse to take Muhammad to deliver the message. So now I find out that Barak and I have something in common. It's pretty nifty.
What you said about tattoos gaining more meaning is a real thing. And your Triskelion weirdly links in a Spider-Man web to my tattoo, which I was originally inspired to get from being a fan of Ultimate Spider-Man, which is a variant of the Spider-Man comic book series launched in 2000 with updated characters and plot threads matching a modern technological world. Peter Parker as a teenager in the 2000s instead of the 60s. And in this alternate Marvel universe, instead of the Avengers, they have the Ultimates, which is a much more transhuman type of super team rather than mystical or science fiction-y radiation powers. And their headquarters in the Ultimate universe is called the Triskelion, the headquarters of the government-run superhero team, the Ultimates. I just thought that was weird. And now this tattoo means I'm more like, this is my Weaving Spiders tat rather than Spider-Man tat, now that it's Disney's IP. But still, you know, that message of great power, great responsibility should resonate with all of us, because we have unlimited creative potential. We are omnificent as human beings.
Isn't it funny how art is really changing? Like the way I mean, I guess it's normal as you grow up and you gain wisdom, the things that you loved as a child they mean something different to you, right? Because we're looking at it through very different lens than we were as a younger person. Just like the X-Men has a very different vibe to me now than when I was a kid. Like the Chris Claremont days, that was my time of X-Men. Like the really good ones where Nightcrawler was struggling with his moral dilemma because of it. He was a priest, you know, and deep down he knew he was a Christian, but he's having to do these terrible things. And going back to Wolverine and it being Weapon X, somebody, I don't know who mentioned it, but it being Weapon X and Weapon 10, and them putting the adamantium in his skeleton despite his protest, and the shots in the X-Men universe to make them, that Beast helped develop, that he accidentally helped develop a cure for mutant kind. A cure for what made him special, what made him unique. He created this, and they call it a cure in the X-Men universe, that it takes away your superpowers.
Right.
Guess what they're doing right now? They're taking away your superpowers. Because as long as you don't know that you have them, you don't have them. But guess what? You fucking have them. You are not, you know, and these Magneto quotes keep popping in my head, that the one of Magneto talking to Charles at the end of the first movie, like everybody remembers his quote about the guns, "You humans and your guns." But the one that really stands out to me is "They no longer matter, Charles. We are the future." And that one, actually the way he says it is "We are the future, Charles. They no longer matter." And that one, now that I'm having to deal with, you know, friends and family that just aren't going to get it, and you're not going to change them, and so we kind of give up, you know, I focus on me.
Yeah.
I focus on my sovereignty, my power, the things that I can do, because we aren't just this. That's that materialist bullshit that they're trying to shove down your neck every single day, that status fucking matters. It doesn't. You are not this. You are not just this. You're missing the biggest experience that we can possibly have, and you're not even fucking looking at it.
Yep. And what does yep. And what's the cliche that the family members always say? Who are they? Who's the they?
Yeah.
It's the hierarchy evacuating you. And they don't matter anymore.
That's right. They don't matter anymore. That's why I want to focus on you guys. Like my old punk friends are no longer punks, obviously, because they didn't listen to a thing that we were doing back then. Not, you know, finding your own sovereignty and being your own boss.
Send me an angel.
These little punk kids going on to the All and Descendants threads with their vaccines and their descendants on their masks. Like, I'm like, what the fuck happened to you guys?
What happened? Weren't they paying attention?
Weren't you listening?
Yeah, they didn't get the message. You know, when you say the cure, the remedy, you know, those darts, I think about that so often. Those, you know, they loaded them into guns and they're going around shooting people with cures.
Right.
It's horrifying, but I want to point out Ovid, he wrote Metamorphosis. The Burning Man theme of 2019 was Metamorphosis. Toxoplasmosis gondii causes gender dysphoria. Studies show And what's the old-fashioned name for gender dysphoria is sexualis metamorphosis neuralysis, something about your sex changing in your mind.
Dang.
Yes. And Ovid also wrote, incredibly Hegelian, like, Hegel didn't invent this stuff. He gave it a name. But Ovid wrote Amor, which is the first book was love. Then he wrote Amor Eris is the errors of love, or how to cheat on your
Erotic.
lover.
It's erotic love, right?
Yeah, yeah. And then when the masses were experiencing turmoil from following his orders, he then presented, only when the demand was at its optimal, then he presented the cure for love. Remedia amore, the cure for love. And what do we got today? What's the cure for love? 6 feet, social distance. That'll cure love real quick.
Mhm.
Kamala Harris kissing her husband with a mask on, the gods wearing spandex right in front of us, role modeling the cure for love.
Was that
Sometimes
Burning
that's
Man the
bad.
year where the guy jumped into the Wicker Man?
I don't think so. I don't think it was the same year. That was the final, that was Burning Man 19.
I'm acquainted with someone who witnessed that and had met the victim, who, not a conspiratorially minded individual that related this story to me, but that he felt there was some sort of black magic or manipulation cast upon this individual.
Brain to skull, or skull to brain voice technology.
I saw like a video of that, and then the next day somebody was cooking. They roasted a pig in that same fire, and they were eating it. Speaking of toxoplasmosa,
Bingo.
You don't need technology at a certain level of psychic adepthood, honestly.
Yeah, that's a
I have
great point.
experienced psychic darts from occultists that
Same.
I knew that were not my enemy per se, but wanted to show off things that they had learned. And so I think that it could, especially in a intoxicated state, be very easy for that type of manipulation.
Raise your hand in the group if you've experienced anything like that. Yeah, man.
And a right hand.
It just
Oh,
in
man.
that I have to constantly. Now, one of the ways that I got over my trauma was constantly being aware that somebody might be manipulating me. I have something in me that could literally, I don't know what could happen.
Guys,
but somebody else is controlling it. And I felt myself on Friday siding with, immediately siding with almost violently siding with the parent of the kid.
Right.
Until I saw the kid and I put myself in that kid's spot.
Empathy.
And that empathy, that was the cure.
Same path I take magic. Sympathetic magic. The same path I take. The story of Aleister Crowley walking with a businessman in New York. And the businessman says, show me something right here, right now. Puts him on the spot. Crowley looks around at what he's got on hand and he takes the hat off the guy who challenged him. And the hat just happens to look like a man who's walking in front of the two of them. It's a very similar hat. So he puts the hat on and Crowley starts to imitate the gait of the man in front of him, starts stepping in the same foot place and emulating his movement. And after 5 steps, Crowley stumbles to one knee. And sure enough, on the next step, that man who has no idea this is happening at all, he stumbles exactly the way Crowley stumbled. Obedient. Same path I take magic. Chance, I want to hear your story about you raised your hand. Yeah. Somebody hit you with the hexen hammer.
Well, we were talking about this is I'm gonna tangent first. I did a little Sabak bibliomancy and open to a random page of the Murder of Reality to see what would connect to what we were just talking about. And we've been discussing Baal or Balaam. And according to Sabak's Arabic here, but Baal's assignment, Bala, B-A-L-A, which means to swallow, ritualistically pertains to the burning of the offering, equated with the worship of reptiles. And Bala is obtained from the Sumerian stem bil, to burn.
Yes, sir.
To burn. In
Wow.
Akkadian, this is rendered as bar, and in Aramaic, bar is a son, correlated with the firstborn. So Baal's deity name is assembled historically from the offering of the son, in identical to immolation, but the sacrifice of a son, bar, is also encoded in the Arabic root bar, which denotes a hawk, like the symbol of the Hunger Games movie, or Hawkeye the archer, or Horus the hunter. Anyway, I'm not going to continue, but that was what I looked into, and it's just the bibliomancy thing's pretty fun.
What page was that on?
It's amazing. 385 and 386.
I can
So-
read a relevant quote from page 40 of, we'll just say it's MOR for those listening and viewing. We refer to this book as MOR. This is page 40.
I mistakenly said the wrong page, by the way. Mine was 358 and 359.
I'm on page 40, reading now. Adoration of the Malach, defined within Judaic tradition as an angel, proceeds dialectically from the Canaanite goddess of death, Moloch, represented as a horned owl. The goddess parallels the hunter in situ to the worship of nocturnal angels. Veneration of the owl earmarks child sacrifice, linked with the human, angelic, or royal line, indicative of the sunset, equated with death. Moloch, M-O-L-O-C-H, otherwise Malach, M-A-L apostrophe A-K-H, meaning an angel, is consistent in Arabic with the noun Malik, M-A-H-L-I-K. That's a place of destruction, danger, or danger spot. And Malik, M-U-H-L-I-K, the adjective meaning fatal or destructive. The terms are interchangeable in Hebrew with Malik, M-A-L-I-K, Lord, and Malak, M-A-L-U-K, ruler. Phonological relationships between Malik and Malik implies Malek, a sovereign, from the Akkadian titular Malku, a king. In Arabic, Melek, monarch, is allied with angel cults, synonymous with human sacrifice. The comparative wordplay in English is the adjective heinous, H-E-I-N-O-U-S, contrasted with Your Highness. That's 2 paragraphs in
Wow.
Murder Reality. That's like 2 hours of discussion for us.
So,
Dense.
so between what Alan just said and what Chance put down before, the bar, you must sign allegiance to the bar before
Clint
you can
Barton is Hawkeye's real name.
Barton.
Barton.
No, past the bar, and the bailiff's there
Yeah,
wearing a black robe.
yeah. So also oh wow. So Barashit is the beginning of the Torah. We have the bear star is the plow, which is how you gain your reckoning in on the sea. You need to first thing you do is you find that North Star. So you're reckoning, you're recrowning, you're getting reoriented. And so it is the beginning of navigating. It's also rabbi is like a B-A-R, I-B-A-R in reverse.
Like Lil Xanax, who drops bars and pops bars.
Oh man. How many bars do you got? It's your quota for power. How much power you have.
All right. What's your signal?
Right.
And where do people go to connect is the bar. But what happens is when their defenses are lowered electrically through the intoxication, something else jumps in. They connect, but not with what they thought.
Right. Even barrister, a barrister is an esquire who will hold your. It's a shield bearer. They will hold your shield. Guys, we're brushing right up against my deepest all-time rabbit hole that I don't talk about much. It comes up in my videos. It's kind of a running joke in some of my earlier work.
Baristas serving you coffee in the morning.
Yeah, in the beginning,
the
initiation of the day. So I'm going to put it out there because you guys are the greatest collections of minds that I will probably ever have access to. And I've already talked about the cat ass. We've already talked about, the toxoplasmosis. Let's go. I mean, the hour is late and the midnight riders are riding high.
It's midnight precisely where I am.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right now. Yep.
Oh, yeah. The beginning, the bar, the ruby light of the new day.
This is the point where the show begins.
Here we go, y'all.
Good intermission point.
Yeah, man. And
Yeah,
Alan,
do we want to take a pee break before we do that?
I'm so down. Yeah,
okay.
I'm totally down.
I think we need to. I know Barsky has been working diligently behind the scenes to upload the audio to the podcast RSS feed. So if we give him a point to separate a 5-hour live stream, it really helps out the listeners.
Well, let's set the bar high.
So if we use our video for a minute or so,
okay,
then we can clarify that this is a halfway point. It's the middle of the night, midnight, the beginning of part 2.
The morning.
I love it. BRB.
BRB, baby. I'll play a little music while we wait.
Spider. I swear, Mr. Crack Spider.
C, the active ingredient in marijuana.
I swear.
THC, the active ingredient in marijuana.
I swear. Crack Spider. The web structure was not affected, but the spider's behavior was. The spider. The web structure was not affected.
It was a hammock. The spider didn't build. It was a hammock. The spider didn't build. It built a hammock. The spider didn't build.
spider, the crack cocaine spider, the crack cocaine spider, the pink spider, the crack
It's a hammock.
spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over
It built a hammock. It built
the captain its ass. Then up behind it and popped the captain its ass. The cocaine spider figured building it. Waited till the captain's spider was exhausted and came up behind it and popped the captain's ass. The captain's ass. Then came up behind it and popped the captain's ass. The captain's ass. Then came up behind it until the captain's spider was exhausted. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers. Said,
Mr. Crack Spider. Or a liquor king. The marijuana.
as the crack
The
spider
liquor
did.
king. The marijuana spider had no place to live. Ended up in the crack as the crack spiders did.
active ingredient in marijuana. Hammock. The spider inhaled. The hammock. The spider didn't build. The hammock. Spider didn't build. It's a hammock.
The spider
Hammock.
can't go within 100 centimeters.
Hammock.
The spider can't go within 100
It's a hammock.
spider, the crack cocaine spider, the crack cocaine spider, the pink spider, the crack
Hey guys,
can't go within
I'm back.
100 centimeters of the web. The spider
Back from the bathroom break.
found a mate and raised over 100 young.
What a riveting show.
Hello. This is so much fun, dude.
Riveting show tonight. Yeah. Super fun.
Perfect timing. What perfect timing.
Absolutely. Here comes my cat.
Oh, what's its name?
This is Scratch. Scratch Jones.
Cat scratch fever.
I'm not gonna kiss his butt in front of him. You'll never know.
Yeah, I think I was watching RX Picture Show once upon a late evening when the conversation around ritual was on the table. And for some reason, it occurred to me that the altar, there's always a platform, you know, a stone, and how, you know, on the altar are the implements for the spell, and the goal is to alter reality, to, you know, and even occult has the alt, you know, and so it means alt is altissimo, is that's what people call me when I went to Ecuador. I'm 6'5", so I was Altísimo Jesus. I was the tall Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
And I had the long hair back in those days. So yeah, I just found that profound, that it's kind of a subtle implement that doesn't get its full recognition, that the altar is where, you know, your alterations to reality are put on offer, so to say. That hat is tremendous.
Yeah, and also Gabriel, there's the fact that they call us the alter native when all we want is to be natural.
Wow.
And that the demonic possession is akin to an alter personality.
Wow, yes, yes.
I also have to say that on my walkabout, I stepped in cat puke, but I've got the resistant RH negative factor, so it should be okay.
Walking like a king, walking just like a king. You know, apparently, you know, there are a million remedies out there right now, but you know, medicinal turpentine is good for clearing out the parasites, and there's a lot to learn on that. And also absinthe. And absinthe was rendered illegal in the early 1900s, right around the turn, you know, the age of Crowley. There were first there was a campaign that was launched with the intention of differentiating, removing it from alcohol, and making a case that it is not spirits, that it is something else, you know, the green fairy. And just when that was sinking into the masses, there were a slew of murder cases where the murderer was said to have imbibed in absinthe before murdering his family. He also had like 10 shots of scotch and, and some malt liquor before he did it, but he just happened to take one shot of absinthe. And so now the absinthe's got to go. And it was almost 100 years. It was, there it is, that 100 years. That now it's legal again. They've brought absinthe back on the scene. And it's special. I mean, do you guys know about the alchemical process and the ritual around absinthe?
I should tell us. Yeah.
Please, yeah.
This is the origin of the word louche. Well,
Should I light a clove cigarette first?
Yeah. Yeah. The clover.
I have had absinthe once. It was disgusting.
Really?
Yeah.
Did
you use sugar?
Yeah, did the whole sugar thing. I had this crazy friend from, like, we had kind of a little impromptu high school reunion of a band that I was in, and we went over to his house. They're like, he's got this big contraption and stuff and all these absinthe bottles. I'm like, what is your deal? He was like really into absinthe.
Yeah.
Had the stacks and the water dropping and the sugar. You put the sugar cube over the thing and it drops it into the glass, all perfect for you and stuff.
Just like Hawkeye from MASH.
Yeah. So tell us about this. How do they do that? Like, what's
isn't mash
alchemy?
A word related to spirits and distillation too?
Yeah, the corn mash is how you ferment. It's the fermenting of the sugars is the
I
mash.
have a quick toxoplasmosis idea to throw out there. We don't have to follow it. I wanted to just state it before I forget it, right? Toxo, as you pointed out in your video, is the bow. And plasma is how our biofield is structured. Osmosis is another word for a permeability of your cells. Plasmosis makes me think of a permeability or a perforation when in context with the bow of your biofield. And I work in people's biofield with their electricity directly. And it is the holes punctured by vampiric energies that infect the viral emotional plague of negative or destructive, distorted electricity that people are now a vessel for.
Man,
Another
is
word for
spot on.
vessel being a host, H-O-S-T.
The Lord of Hosts,
Mm-hmm.
zombie army.
And they banned The Cure for 100 years.
But that's my favorite band.
Well, they're probably going to make a comeback right about now. There's a lot of people looking for cures. You know, and this toxoplasmosis stuff, man, it's nothing to mess with. And you know, it's like absinthe is a prophylactic. You know, you got nothing to lose. You might as well clean out the system. And you may not be taking out the toxoplasmosis, but everybody's got some kind of parasites going on. You know, we should all be visiting the Green Fairy right about now.
Is a prophylactic a condom?
You got it. Yep. Safety measure.
I don't condemn that behavior.
Even, you know, condoms were the cure for love.
Oh yeah.
A
As a cure for
condemning of sorts
Mhm.
before you could maybe pharmaceutically condemn the life out of you.
So tell us what this rabbit hole is, man. You got us
The
hanging
alchemy,
on.
yeah.
Tell us about the alchemy.
This is the deepest rabbit hole there is, fellas. And you can take it or leave it, but if you just keep it in your back pocket, it will garner much value in the grand decode. Occult fan, what's happening, brother? Up.
You're muted, bud.
Stick the landing. Good evening. Hi.
Hey, it's good to meet you, man.
Welcome.
Good to be here. I want to hear this. This is going to be great. I'm just going to probably listen tonight, but thank you for letting me join. So I'm looking forward to this.
Nice.
Glad to have you.
So I brought some of this forward in some of my early videos, and it's a real hard one to substantiate. But once the thought that it takes a life of its own, and once it's in your mind, you just never unhear it, and the possibilities behind it are just mind-boggling. So obstetric practice. One aspect of the understanding the occult, coming to understand the occult, is that value is determined by rarity, by how rare the thing is. And when a thing comes into existence, it's all of its first encounters have the highest value. It can never be returned. It can only be multiplied and increased and lose value through time. So the first one is the initiation. You know, that's why when we do acronyms, we take the first letter. You know, that's why we capitalize the first letter of the name. It kind of goes into that sovereignty movement in the all caps name. You know, and what we are called, our calling. In Latin, the word for name is shama, and shama means it's to charm, to command. You know, como se llama does not literally translate to what is your name. It literally translates to how are you commanded, or how are you charmed. And so in the context of all firsts, virginity, you know, all firsts are at optimal value. I realize that again, this is kind of going down that this path of sovereignty, you know, and Crow 777 has really put this into context for me, for anybody who's on the Crow 777 streamline of thought, high value to be gleaned from what they're getting into. So I got to give a shout out to Crow 777 and the whole crew, and Kirk Kallenbach in particular. And one thing he's been bringing to light is the placenta, and that our calling, our name, what we are called, is exchanged at birth, at the beginning, for the placenta. And from that point on, it's all downhill from there. You know, they get you at the drive-through, because you'll be miles away before you realize they fucked you at the drive-through. So there have been people who have gone through the hospital, through the chain of custody, to see what the fuck are they doing with those placentas, you know? And it's parallel. It's right in parallel. You guys know about intactivism? There's a social justice movement. I hate to call it that, but it's, you know, some people are getting on the wagon about what's up with the tip of my penis. What did they do with the tip of my penis? The bris, the bris, you know, where does that flesh go? Well, it turns out Hillary went to Africa and got paid big dollars to give a speech to proliferate circumcision in Africa. And, you know, some people would point out that there's cosmetic industry where they are using flesh, where, you know, you think you're just giving that away. It doesn't mean anything to you. How could it mean anything to anybody else? So it turns out the tips of penises are being converted into makeup and keeping people young and pretty, youthful. It even has to do with that youthfulness, you know? So when you take the tip of the penis and you multiply it by how much flesh the placenta yields, and that there's a booming industry of somewhere on some back channel market, they cut those placentas as soon as possible so that there's more yield. It's a priority to them. And so, you know, so many terms come into context with just that idea in your mind. You know, your pound of flesh, the horse you rode in on. So many aspects of our language hail back to that obstetric tradition, the birth trauma. And, you know, when you go into a courtroom, the word court, it means cut. And they, you know, you could stop at circumcision. You could say, oh, they're just reminding you that your first day on this planet was pain and you're about to go through it again. So pull down your pants and get ready. You're about to relive the birth trauma. And that's horrible. That's horrific. That's a black pill. That's a black pill a lot of people don't even want to think about, let alone be offered.
That does strike a nerve, the intactivist movement. It literally strikes a nerve when they're cutting off the nerve endings of the male member.
Remember?
But you get your membership after that. You pay your original sin, the debt, the payment for your membership as a citizenship.
And there's the vessel. There's the horse you rode in on. There's your ship. And so you exchange your call for your calling, for your charm, for what they will command you with. And that is hitting to the root of everything, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's not just the tip, y'all. It's the whole vessel. So here we go down the Sephiroth, the shells, and separating the wheat from the chaff. And so
There's a meme that's been shared. People have been using the iceberg metaphor to describe just the tip of the iceberg, what you see above the waters. What do you see below the waters?
tip, to ensure prompt service. TIPS, tips.
Serve ice like an iceberg.
It
Like
was
ice
cold.
is.
Yep, it was cold when you came out. They took your jacket. They took the vessel off of you. That's
Well, it
the
sounds
first-
like when you go to make more children, you tip two through the two lips.
ban.
Is that a Tiny Tim reference?
Depends if they stop at the tip or if they go further.
So that's that. I think this is the deepest rabbit hole. And if there's any other rabbit holes, I don't want to go down it because this one is as far as I want to go. But I'm quite sure that, I was having a conversation recently with my mama, bless her heart. She was telling me that there's a time of year that she gets triggered because she had an operation years ago. And every time she gets around that time of year, it starts to kind of get that resonation comes back. And I just had to point, and I have the same thing, I had a nasty fall in life. And whenever that time of year comes around, I get a little bit triggered. And you guys all feel that, right? But we are adults. We have our full capacity, and it still hits the chord. There it is, chord, record. So my point is that if it hits us that hard as adults, just imagine your first day on this planet. It's as raw as it gets, So for anybody out there who's like, oh, astrology, astronomy, or zodiac, all those things, it means everything. I would even correlate it to the stone that the builder refused, and the builder is your mama. And when you came out, she refused to build you anymore. And, Santos Bonacci can kind of pick up here and take this idea pretty far. But, you're in that ship, you're in that vessel for 9 months, right? For 9 months. And then there's 3 months. Can you guys see that? There's 3 months when you come out. There we go. So there's those 3 months where you're building it on your own. And, this comes into the Schuster salts and, your the minerals, Schuster salts. These are the stones that the builder refused. And so if you know about Schuster salts, your birth sign will indicate certain minerals that you will require throughout your life. And it's your responsibility to crack the code and figure out what 3 gifts the Magi would have brought to your birth. And so
I've had trouble with this because of a lactose intolerance and being unable to find cell salts that don't use a lactose base. And that's been
yes,
a very big challenge for me because I've wanted to address this and have spent money on the 3 salts from various companies more than once with the express. I was accepting that they didn't have lactose based on what I was told before purchasing, but then refunds weren't available. So if anyone knows, I know some of us can process it, but I actually can't. Even a small amount, I will have mucus out every orifice for, about however many days I'm on it. That many days after is how long the problem will be. So anyway.
Yeah. The Rockefellers, they bought out all the good Schuster salt suppliers. It's an issue. It's the Schuster salt thing. They've known for a long time, and they've made their moves. to corner to corner that market. And the three wise men, they brought their three elements. There's myrrh, which is water, frankincense is air, and gold is that earth, I believe. But those are the no matter where you're born, the next three signs will represent the gifts that the Magi would have brought. And so cell salts or Schuster salts, they are the cornerstone of your nutritional needs in life. And right there, we could stop. That could be as deep as the rabbit hole goes. And we could just find out what Schuster salts and cell salts we want. And we could, we could fill the void personally, take responsibility for it. But my inquisitive mind can't help but go to another level, and the more I know about this veil, the placenta is the veil, when Christ was penetrated in the ribs, the veil tore in the temple, there was a breaking of the covenant. And so being born, it's much like, I think of Abel as the placenta, he came first. He was the first. The placenta is the first. It's the wall. It's your wallet. And he was ripped, R.I.P. Cain ripped Abel, and Abel came forth. Or I'm sorry, Cain came forward and left Abel behind. And so Cain goes off into the world and survives, and Abel's body goes into the earth, and the earth cries out in pain. I can't help, the words and the signs and the symbols, they're all pointing to the fact that there is probably obstetric practices in this world that are forbidden. And you could even call it the forbidden fruit. And the best way that you could integrate your twin, it's your aura, the placenta, this tear, this rip that you have left behind, this birth trauma, the scar of it is your aura. It's your biofield. And so I can't help but think, it's the heirloom, it's the family heirloom, it's the tree of elders. The placenta has two trees. It's the Garden of Eden. One tree feeds the brain and the other tree feeds the body. So that's knowledge and that's life. The placenta has two trees, just like the Garden of Eden. And so what I'm getting at is I believe that there are certain practices way over my pay grade that, maybe the ladies from the Salem witch trials, maybe they knew how to pass on the full estate. But there's something to do with, the mother is supposed to consume that, process it, and feed it back to the baby. And then the baby will have its full capacity. It'll have the kingship, the full crown, the higher calling, the man of the cloth.
Could I interject for a moment and just
jump
share
right in.
something? So interestingly, to your point, I found out on Father's Day, and please tell me if I'm coming through too hot on this mic or not, or just if I'm level enough.
You're good.
I found out on Father's Day that I was descendant of a woman who was hanged in the Salem witch trials.
Martha?
Actually, I found it on Mother's Day. I'm sorry, I'm doing it backwards. Mother's Day, we found out that I was a descendant of a woman hanged in the Salem witch trials. On Father's Day, of all days, I found out who. So when you just said something about, I think everyone knows what I'm saying here. When you just said that about passing it through the Salem, this is kind of mind blowing. I really don't feel like there's any accidents to things in life these days. So that I'm here tonight on the silver, whatever this is. Yeah, this is so I don't really have many answers, right? Like I'm in this with everyone else trying to put this together, but uh yeah, that's really strange to hear you say that, especially after I just recently found out. And of course, we have the cat thing with Hocus Pocus being an Disney version of that story, the witches, going throughout the centuries, and it's got Zachary Binks, the cat, that's coming back to life. But I just want to add one extra thing that's Disney related, and I'll jump back off because I just wanted to share that about obviously I have no idea what it means that I'm descendant of the witches there. It does explain maybe some inkling of why I'm a cult fan, but that's another story for another time. Does anyone know what the Roman numeral M is? It's 1000.
What?
And so on Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, which is basically like, Murder She Wrote joins the AA. There's a car at the start. I like to joke it's where the other side of Harry Potter's whatever it is in 3/4 goes, because there's a sign, Pepperidge Eye 1/4, on the military car that arrives at that. There's a man, for people who have seen Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, they'll remember a military car drives up and the guy's painting over the sign. It's a British officer, and he says, "Oh, which way to Pepperidge Eye?" "Oh, I can't tell you. You might be a Nazi." "Well, I'm obviously a British guy." He's like, "That's what a Nazi would say." It's a cute little scene.
Mm.
On the car is my birthday to the day. So I mean, like I just wanted to add that in. It's literally like M229 and then 984. And when you move that M, like, which is the 1000 in front of that 984, that's 1984, year of our Lord Orwell. And the 229 is my upcoming September 22nd birthday. So literally to the day, my birth's in that movie about witches and witchcraft. And I just found out that
Wow.
I'm a descendant, like Hocus Pocus style. So
Wow.
when you said that, that prompted me to share that. I'm trying to just listen tonight. You guys have so much. I'm just learning. I just wanted to, because you said the thing about the witches and passing it down. I
Yeah.
felt that it would be almost irresponsible not to share that. So
That was amazing.
Yeah,
Wow.
dude.
That was
You know,
such a ride.
Really
Just that
awesome.
2
I was
minutes.
chomping the popcorn. Anyone else got a 22 master builder number birthday of the month?
No, but that's an amazing number. 229.
I've got
Master Builder.
322 and he's
What's
got 922. So they're
Yeah.
they're literally
completions.
180 degrees across from each other.
Are you a
And-
proper Aries, or you look Aries-ish? Yeah, I love it. All right, great. Yeah, you and I are a completion of some sort of like yin yang thing. So you're
Yeah.
an are you born proper equinox, like 0 degrees?
I don't know.
I will gladly look at your chart later. If you send me, any information you send me is private and personal. But yeah, I'm born on 0 degrees, so I'm literally born on the equinox. And while we're astro nerding, my birthday is the time when the moon was at 28 degrees Leo, which is the exact degree of the Great American Eclipse. So yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff. Like I have no idea what the hell I'm really doing, but I actually have a really crazy dream last night that relates exactly to this whole Cathars. Like I was inducted into a Cathar thing in my dreams last night. So of all the nights to have this, I'm like, is this even real right now? So anyways, yeah.
So, a cult fan, what's your, do you remember your ancestor's name from the Salem witch trials?
Oh, for sure. She's the one who has a song by an Irish band called Touchstone. Her name's Susanna Martin.
Okay.
It gets even
Interesting.
more weird because I've started taking singing lessons as of like 4 months ago, because I'm 36 now, so it's a first house perfection year. Long story short, my teacher, who's also an Aries, totally awesome guy. His original band was Rebecca Nurse. So the guy who's teaching me music his original band was one of the women who was hanged with my ancestors. So it gets crazy. Yeah.
Wow.
You know, something
Everything
that's
matters.
something
Everything
that's-
matters.
yes.
Cheney has been saying this for a long time. And we exchange texts back and forth and stuff. And we have common names in our family lineage too. And over and over again, everything matters. Like something of something. It all, like the way all of us have come together,
Yeah,
the
man.
way that we're observing the world events right now, all of these things matter. Every single thing. What you put in your body matters. What you listen to matters. What you're giving your attentions to really, really matters. Sorry. Go
On
ahead.
the subject of dreams, I kind of want to share a dream I had last night. I've only told Alan about it, but I had this dream where I had been killed and didn't realize it and was wandering around as a earthbound spirit or ghost type of entity and thinking people could see and hear me, but they weren't really. And then Alan shows up in my dream as a Mercury psychopomp type character who led me out of it and back to this waking life. And it was a long dream. It felt like days or weeks. And also, when I was falling asleep last night, I was awoken twice by a ringing in the left ear and the sound of dogs barking. But there were no dogs barking anywhere in the vicinity. This is weird. I don't know what to make of it, but you talked about a weird dream.
Yeah, we're going into the fall, which is the domain of Anubis.
I usually don't talk about dreams, by the way. It was just so striking that I'll say this about the fall. I think there's this kind of like hard to distinguish feeling. We all know what the autumn feels like. It's like such a special thing, the autumn, like that. And of course, I'll just add that when the sun goes into Libra and causes it to be the fall, at least in the northern hemisphere, that's called the sun being in its sign of the fall, just for some fun astro nerdery. But I think I found the right word for that feeling of the autumn, and I believe that it would be yearning. This summer's come and gone. It's now like this time of nostalgia. It feels like it's like there's something you just can't grasp anymore. It's just out of reach. And that's what it feels like whenever you try to figure out like what that feeling of autumn is in the first place. So it's like yearning upon yearning, and it's just a Drost effect of yearning. But that's what makes it so beautiful. There's something special about that in the cross of the year. And I'll just do a final. I noticed today how hours looks like 4. OURS, hours and 4, and how the clock is in an analog form has like 4 main, the 12, the 3, the 6, and the 9. And there's something about how, that's obviously, 15 minutes of that. And that's 15 is a 1 and a 5, which equals a 6, and a 0 added on to that is an hour. So I don't know. It was just something that bugged me. I just wanted to share that. But that's an intense dream. And I'm glad that Alan was there who better than, he's just like, what up? We're going to bring you back to real life now, or fake, real fake, the other one thing I've learned recently is to say to yourself, while right now, like we could all say this, like everyone who's listening, even if you're listening to the podcast afterwards, just tell yourself, I am dreaming right now. And doing that will allow you to start to distinguish in other states of being, whether it's in this corporeal physiology or if it's in another vibratory state or something to do with that. The more adeptness you can get at that, the more apt you're going to be and the more useful you're going to be for whatever aims we seem to be sharing. It's just an idea that comes to mind.
No, that is dead on, dude. I have used lucid dreaming, like, because you use it. It's a muscle. You have to work your way into it. Just like
what is your reality check when you're lucid dreaming?
These right here. I look at my hands and then look for numbers. Because when you're in your dream, you're not supposed to be able to read numbers, or you're not supposed to be. You're supposed to, if you look at a number or a letter, writing or something, when you look away, you look back, it's going to be different.
Does anyone else have reality checks when they're lucid dreaming? Do you know what I mean?
Mine
like
is I just try to fly, and if I can fly, then I know.
Can someone define reality check in terms of lucid dreaming?
It's like a safety word, but for dreams.
Yeah.
It's like in the movie Inception. Doesn't he have a top that he spins?
Yeah, bingo.
Right.
Yes. I was going to say a few more things. My reality check in dreaming is if I jump and I don't return back to ground, I know I'm dreaming, because when I jump, the gravity is different. So I can
That's like
jump
mine.
and kind of float.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes I
agree.
do like massive jumps across the landscape.
Yeah.
It's
I-
not even a big rabbit jump. It's just sort of a, and then I keep rising slowly. Can't do that in real life, but in dreams, where I'm dreaming and I'm lucid dreaming, I can do a lot more of that sort of stuff.
Loose id, light of the id.
Mm.
You know, I flew for the first time this year in my dreams, and it was awkward. It was exactly like what your first time would be
For
like.
the first time?
First time. I was initiated.
Okay.
Ooh, popped his cherry.
I did. I gave it up.
So I have to boast here a little bit. I have many, many dreams where I'm flying. I
believe
don't
it.
remember the first time I've had them,
Yeah.
but it's a constant theme in my dreams.
Same here,
Yeah.
Alan.
I don't know.
For as
does
long
that
as I can
make me-
remember.
Yeah.
Does that make
Me
me
too.
Hermes, Chance? Do I have the little wings on my feet? So when I jump, I keep rising?
Maybe.
We'll put little wings on your secret society membership card.
Uh-huh.
Flying is so common in my dreams that even when I'm having an anxiety type of dream, the feeling is essentially the same as flying. Like I'll be on a roller coaster and it'll take off without them buckling me in, stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
So it's still basically flying, but just a different translation, feeling out of control.
Oh, is that what you feel? Is it out of control when you're flying?
He's light as a feather, stiff as a bard.
Stick a feather in his cap and call him Mercury.
Yes. Last show, I
Ooh.
had 2 feathers in my head. I don't know if anyone noticed them.
So that's the symbol for the Led Zeppelin singer, isn't it? Isn't that
Marcus,
Robert?
the shining one. In
Robert Plant?
Latin.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, is that
Nice.
a cult fan? Is that the Klimt lady in gold in the back there?
So I have Picasso playing the guitar, which now I realize you can't see. But interestingly enough, I've been watching Bewitched because my mom and I decided to make a joke out of the fact that we're witch blood. So they actually have the poster. Like traditionally, I guess that's like like vertical, but I have it in like the 4th episode of Bewitched. They actually have it in the same way. But I'm just
Nice.
adding that to answer
Oh,
your question.
interesting.
Yeah, I have Van Goghs and Klimts in every single room, pretty much. I don't know why. I love them. So yeah,
Rad.
that's what that is. You identified.
Cool. Yeah.
So I was digging in on the Salem witch trials, and I found just some remarkable stuff. But the first witch, the initiation, the place entered, the placenta, the breaking of the seal, right? Her name was Martha Carrier. Yeah, Martha Carrier.
Like
In
a
her-
fairy,
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, yeah. Like,
carrier of a farrier of the Martha,
yeah.
Elmar.
Yeah. And she has her story alone. You could leave all the Salem witch trials out of it. You could just spend a lifetime on her story. And it turns out her husband is so significant. There's something yet to come from this, to be sifted out of it. But what I wanted to point out is the Salem witch trials are prolifically documented. It's just it's so much to wade through. There's so many records, and there's so many people alive today who are attached to it in their own it's like their fingerprint, they find their novel path to tie into that key moment, that just amazing event. But Martha Carrier, her story sounds kind of typical at first glance, that she was a willful woman and she was independent. She was standing up for her own, and you just can't have that in Puritan Salem at the time. But something really profound comes to light when you look into her husband. And her husband's name is Thomas Carrier. And Thomas Carrier is the man who dropped the axe on the king. I think it was King Henry. I'm not 100% on which king it was, but whichever king that they beheaded, Thomas Carrier was the axe man. And he and some assorted bankers and influencers of the time, they conspired to bring the king in, hold him responsible for what he had done. And when the king's head was taken off, the records, it's burnt into the records, it's immortalized, that sovereignty dissolved unto the people. And so in that moment, when Thomas Carrier cut off the head of the king, every person in all the lands of the whole world became a sovereign, a co-equal sovereign. And it was only a matter of time before the counter interests scrambled and tried to put another sovereign in place, but it was too late. It had already happened. And the idea spread like wildfire. And that is the spark of the revolution of, we are our own kings now. That's where the idea got out, it slipped beyond their grasp. And they scrambled, they got another king, and they forced the issue, and they put him in place as fast as they could to try to repair the damage. But Thomas Carrier and some of his conspirators were imprisoned, and they were going to be on the chopping block the next night. Well, Thomas Carrier got out of jail. He slipped through the cracks, and he made his move that night. Within 24 hours, he was on a ship and sailing for the new land. And he came to Salem, and he married Martha Carrier, and she was the first witch to be strung up. And now what is missing from the story is, where was the king's head? What happened to that head of state? And was Thomas Carrier?
Did they make it into beauty cream? Sorry, that was awful. I'm sorry. That was terrible.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Was he carrying? Was he the carrier? Did he bring the king's head over to the new world? Did they consecrate the earth with the blood of the king? Very curious. Very curious.
You talk about a carrier, and like, we don't even have to get into like the Rona and such. But you talk about carrying the head of the king and carrying the crown, and having a carrier as a crown. That just comes to mind. I want to add, there's a Tommy Lee Jones movie called Nate and Hayes. So you have Nathan and Lee in there. My name's Nathan Lee. And it's a moment in the movie where they break the fourth wall. And it's just the most bizarre thing. If you guys, it's called Savage Islands, but it's also known as Nate and Hayes. And like I said, Tommy Lee Jones will help you find it. And it's just the most bizarre thing, because they look at the screen and they go, forget about the Rona. It's just it's really one of those, like, did reality just kick me in the, like, it's really funny. So I just thought I'd add that. But did you know all of this, Gabriel, about this? Like, it sounds like you knew about the carrying of the king's head over, and like, did you just read this right now, or is this something that you're vested in?
It was a couple, I get on a rabbit hole and I spend about a week on it, and I start to creep myself out, and then I got to find something else to go look into, because it starts hitting home, it really does. So guess how tall Thomas Carrier was?
5'7".
6'7".
Oh, I was close-ish.
Yeah, yeah. He was
Oh, he was tall.
he was a Nephilim of his day.
Mm. Wow.
We like
Hey.
to talk about men of renown here.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
I'll just
Tom-
add with the Nephilim thing, when you rearrange Nathan Lee Miller Foster, it forms an NFLM. So I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. But I'm 5'8", so I'm by no means renownsy. I'm just 5'8". I'm taller than Joe Rogan, but that's it.
Did you see how it was going around that Rogan got the Rona, and that when they showed him on cable news and stuff, they put him through filters to make him look all green, so he looked extra sick. That was pretty funny.
Wow.
You know what I
That
call
guy.
him? Joe gone rogue.
I call him cul-de-sac before the gold mine. Just like Alex Jones's buddy, Bill Hicks. I mean,
Oh.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Joe and I went to the
Good.
same college. That's we both went to UMass Boston. It's kind of weird. He lived in Newton for a while. I know he's actually from like New Jersey or whatever. I forget exactly where he's from. There's a lot of weird crossovers in the synchronistic way of looking. I like to call it divine feedback. I found the synchronicity's been beaten into the ground. Like that horse is kicking the other dead horse, but I feel like divine feedback is a fine enough way, although it's not as snappy. But there's a lot of weird crossovers between Joe's life and mine. I wouldn't be surprised if I end up speaking with him someday. I really wouldn't be surprised at all.
I met him once, and he had the appeal of a high-functioning social chameleon. You know, like it felt like he really cared to see you, but it was very also hollow to an actual empath.
Yeah.
I say actual empath. I mean more like clairsentient type of empath, which is more the type that I fall into category-wise.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was thinking about that, getting vibes off of people when you meet them. And I met Janet. I went to this lunch one time because we used to get visited by politicians. Like weapons manufacturers probably get more visits from politicians than the actual capitals. But I met Janet Napolitano. We had a lunch with her, and she's trying to sell us on her bullshit, and we're trying to sell them. What was Mark Kelly's wife's name? The one that got shot. I have a weird sync with that too. But at any rate, I'll tell that story another time. But meeting Janet Napolitano, like she shook my hand, looked me directly straight in the eye, man, and she was selling. She was selling me hard, and it was. I could feel it like kind of drawing me in. I'm like, wow, this is a cool person. And I was like, holy shit, that is completely hollow. Like I got that vibe of it being like almost a chill afterwards, you know, like this. Oh, right. This is what psychopaths are like.
The reason I was late to the weave was because Lindsay did a 2-hour PowerPoint for me on psychopathy and sociopaths, like a real in-depth psychological profile exploration. So that'll be on Interverse soon.
Nice.
Oh, so cool. So
You know who I met that you're actually wearing his shirt, Chance, is when I met Mark Passio. It was 2015. Yeah, dude, he's and I don't know, man. I wanted to do something, so I just basically helped him carry his gear back, right? I'm like, hey, you're done giving your talk at Free Your Mind 3. And I just want to because I know that's just, how you do things. And like when I shook his hand, you got like the real feel. This was a big moment for me because like it mattered a lot for me to I don't know. You gotta, this is also like, there's a lot of conspiratorial aspects to things, but there's like another flip side where this is a great adventure. And when you're at the right place at the right moment and you can just perform the right act, that's very Taoist, right? Right moment, right timing, right action. And just cool shit can happen. Life can be really cool
Flow.
shit. There's also light sides to all of this, world that we're in. It's and that was I saw your Twin Peaks. Wow. I saw your Mark Passio shirt and I was like, I gotta tell that story because you were talking about shaking people's hands and I met him and it was like a really cool, like from younger me, because like this is 2015 and whatever the hell year we're in now, it was like a real, I was still like very naive back then, but I knew he had something that I wanted to respect and that I wanted to get like on that level with. And so it was just a small little thing, but it was an initiation. So yeah, I don't know. I just noticed you were wearing his shirt, so I thought I'd share that.
Passio really helped me move past. He's another shining Marcus, if you will. And he helped me move past the denial of the war that is in our minds right now and get serious about it at a crucial juncture where what I was doing as a new podcast host could have gone a lot of different ways. And anyway, here's a way I would like to go. You brought up autumn, and it made me think of Atum, the Egyptian god, usually depicted in anthropomorphic form, often presented with the head of a ram, wearing the dual crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, the snake, bull, lion, and lizard, and Ichneumon, Ichor, Egyptian mongoose. Those are his sacred animals.
What did we say Ichor was?
Did we say what it was?
You mentioned Ichor, I think, in the first
It's
half.
the blood of the gods, Ichor.
Yeah, that's all I know it to be is Ichor. Yeah, like the blood of the gods. Some say it's dew, but it might probably be like hemoglobin or some shit. I don't know.
I try to pronounce all the words in all their variations because there's people who have read them but never heard them aloud, and they can make a connection phonetically when they hear it pronounced differently. Baphomet, Baphomet, have it your way.
He was sometimes depicted as an ape, apparently, unless I'm reading this wrong. I've not heard of that, but armed with a bow. I thought that would be relevant. And maybe this is the character that a lot of these other polymorphic symbols are aping.
Yeah. So Appa is father in many cultures. And, it's also a way, like opposition, opposed, the opposite. And so there is kind of built into our Metatron lexicon is that is fatherlessness. The father is away. The father's been taken away. There's even, but it also plays in very tightly with Darwinism in the idea that your father was an ape. You're a descendant of a monkey and you're probably an Rh positive, so there's and also pagan. Your pa is gone. Your father's gone. He went off and died in the Crusades. And now you're an uncircumcised bastard. And your father wasn't there to protect the village. Now you're a slave and you're in the pantheon. You're going to fight for your life. And you're butt naked and everybody can see that you're uncircumcised. So it proves that your pa is gone. Your pa is gone. You're uncircumcised. But the guy you're about to fight, his dad was there. His father, his family was present. And so he's circumcised. His pa is prepared for battle at all times. So the pagans are the fatherless ones, and the father wasn't there to do the duty. And when they're about to do battle and they're butt naked, about to go do war, they're not prepared. They're still sheathed. But those who are on the opposition, the other side of the battle, they're ready to do battle at all times. Their sword is constantly out and ready to go, like Ares, punching up out of the earth. But these things, they're built into our language to, over time, just suggest that detachment to the father. You know, that the family story is detached, and you aren't there to pass on the traditions.
So, so the hand thing keeps coming up too. Like, you know, the professor in the, oh shit, I probably shouldn't even be talking about it. But so in every single sci-fi mythology after Metropolis, it's like somebody keeps losing their hands, right? Well, you guys, everybody in here seen Metropolis?
Absolutely.
The Mad Doctor, he's I can't think of his name, but he's missing his hand. He's given up his hand. He's sacrificed his hand for the knowledge.
Wow.
It's weird because this morning I was thinking about, sorry, I'll just say that in Star Wars, the original biggest movie of all time, almost,
Exactly.
like there's a scene where a hand is sacrificed, and it's like so prominent because we were all probably kids when we saw it, and it was like, holy crap, that's the worst violent, bloody thing it's a prominent. I was thinking about this morning. It's very prominent, and what you're saying just makes me think about that's a recurrence of that.
Was
theme.
he a
And that
Jedi
sign-
Knight who had his hand severed?
That sign that right when he gets his hand cut off is the moment he learns that Darth Vader is his father. It's the knowledge he's giving.
Vader
it up
means father
for
in
the
German.
for the truth. That's right.
Well, it even happens before then, because it's like I was thinking about the scene in the Mos Eisley Cantina on Tatooine when there's Ponda Baba and the grotesquely deformed punk guy, and his friend gets his arm chopped off. I was like,
I don't like you either.
Yeah, exactly. It's like he's like, I'm sorry to hear that, and he's like, no, like. I really loved just realizing now that was like a precursor to that scene and how it happens later. But for him, it's like I never made the connection till now that he's like on his very beginning of his journey, he sees that happen. And then
even before that, he saw his father figure uncle killed.
I think he comes back afterwards.
Oh, he doesn't see them killed. Yeah, he finds their bodies, right?
But I'm just being a nerd right now, so don't listen to me.
But that's the initiation, is the dead father and missing father.
They're foreshadowing. 4S is 1, foreshadowing. It all becomes complete. You know, Vader.
We were at summer camp, of course, it was Jill, but that's her. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm obviously here to bring like the asinine comments tonight. So.
I was
Anderson.
I was holding my tongue because of this.
There is color commentary and there is off color. And we are after midnight. We are now after 1 a.m. So
we're at monochrome commentary at this point. It's gotten
this is a warning for our listeners when things are getting later. We do tend to discuss Lord Vader and other things that rhyme with orange.
Like silver and purple. Also words that don't have rhymes. Just to clarify what the hell I'm talking about.
That's good. That's good. So the scene with Vader where he finds out Vader is his father. You know, so many connections for everybody, for all of us.
But that's a Mandela effect, right? Isn't that?
It's a nexus point. It's a total nexus point. So FDR, federal, you know, so FDR signed in 33. he declared that we are all, belligerents, enemies of the state. And now the state is your fetters, your shackles.
And they're your feeders too, with your food stamps.
Your feeders. Wow. Yes. So yeah, the daddy issues, that nexus point of daddy issues, the pagan, the pagan. And now something that Crow 777 brought forward that it has so much value. It's priceless. But has everybody or anybody read Shogun?
Oh, years ago, yeah.
Or seen the movies? So
giant box set of movies, yeah.
Yeah. So Shogun, Crow found the gem. I mean, it's all important. It's all important. Some aspects of Shogun kind of consummate Tom Cruise being the last samurai, and the fact that maybe the Shogun wasn't fully Japanese. Maybe a bloodline had infiltrated the tippity tip top, just the tip of the top. And the Shogun you couldn't even see him. He was beyond, if you saw him, you'd probably get, but the gem that Crow brought to bear is the conversation with the emperor, where Anjin is telling the emperor through a translator, he's telling the emperor that this land is already claimed. The Pope already put his claim over your land. You weren't party to it. You didn't know, but it's, and he even, he brings the name of the document, and, he can prove it, and you can go ask anybody else.
The unum sanctum.
Unum sanctum. Thank you. Unum sanctum. And so he is telling the emperor, who thought he had it all, who thought everybody answers to me, and I am the sovereign here. And he's finding out, wait a second, you're telling me that I have another papa, another pope, another father? Goes right to the heart of FDR, 1933, and Darth Vader, all converging on the same program of, wait a second, I thought I fucking knew what was going on in this place, and you're telling me I got a father that I'll never fucking know or talk to, and he lives on a fucking throne in the Vatican? Very triggering, very triggering. And Luke's hand goes into the abyss. He's crossing over the threshold. He's got to pay his dues. It's, just the tip.
Was that the hand that represented the female principle inherent within him, like Atum, who created the universe by masturbating?
Whoa. It was his right hand for him, but for us as the watchers, as the onlookers, it was our left. So with the silver screen, there's kind of that mirroring phenomenon. So, for him, it was his right, but for us, it was the left hand path that went down into the abyss.
All the voyeurs tonight who are watching and not speaking.
It's too riveting to be bothered with typing things into the glow box.
Unum sanctum, man, Chance, thank you. That's I
Brilliant.
Always want to bring that to the conversation, and it always slips my mind. Unum sanctum.
A papal bull issued by Pope Boniface the 8th on 18 November 1302. And it laid down the dogmatic propositions on the unity of the Catholic Church, the necessity of belonging to it for eternal salvation, the position of the Pope as supreme head of the Church, and the duty thence arising of submission to the Pope to belong to the Church and thus to attain salvation.
There's a word for you. I got pages of the word salvation, the sleeve, roll up your sleeves,
Hmm.
act like a slave, come get your salt. You know,
The
salvation.
salt is the masculine principle in alchemy.
Huh.
That would be a father principle. The
It's
salt
also
crystals.
a cube, just like Kaaba.
Say that again.
It's a cube, just like the Kaaba.
The whole
Salt.
purpose here is the masculinity is being removed and externalized. That is what the sorcerers always have done, is try to externalize that which should be internal. So
There's the placenta.
that's why they make it, that's why they make that external symbol the first cut that they take for your protection,
Right.
because you don't have a father to
Right.
protect you.
Right.
Yeah, going back to the placenta thing, man, that is a pivotal point in my life. Was
I just
my
listened
daughter's
to all
birth.
of the Kallenbach episodes on Crow this week. Again, I listened to them a long time ago, but this week I just happened to go and listen to all those again, and not anything else in the archive. Just I was drawn to it, so very relevant.
So,
Sorry, Gordy. Continue,
so-
man. I cut
yeah,
in on
Gordy.
you hard.
when was your daughter born?
99. But I remember, so she had a very kind of amazing birth. Like even all the doctors and the nurses were like coming in because she was like so clean and perfect. And she was a month early. And she came on my wife's birthday. We were on our way to go meet friends for sushi because of my wife's birthday. I had to call them and tell them that we're having the baby. So my daughter was born on my wife's birthday. Magically that day it had to be. And she came out so clean, so perfect. Even the other nurses were being called in to look at this. You got to see this. They called it a clean birth. And there wasn't any blood. It was very you see all those, lizard children that come out and they're all freaky and weird. And you're like, what the hell is that? And she wasn't. She was perfect. And the placenta came out afterwards, and it was phenomenal. It was the most amazing thing I have ever seen. And not just because it was beautiful, because it was purple and blue and
The purple garment. Yes.
yeah, right.
I've seen it too. It alters you.
It
Just
alters
to
you.
look at it.
Exactly. Because I remember
You're
feeling,
never the same again after the birth of your first child.
yeah, absolutely, dude. That it changes your life forever.
So
But I
for
remember
those of us who haven't seen a live birth, you're talking about a purple garment. Is there medical terms for that we would know about?
It's the royalty.
It's the royalty, yeah.
It's royalty.
So
Is that
And-
different from the placenta? Is that different from the sac that covers the body when it comes out? I mean, let's get down to it, the details. What are we talking about here?
So the placenta is basically what is essentially feeding the baby. That's giving it life. And after the baby's born, the placenta comes out, and you hear all these horror stories, but this, when I saw that thing, it was looking at life. And when you see those comparative pictures, those memes of the tree of life and the placenta, how they're identical. They're identical, dude. They are identical.
There's
And-
an amazing symmetry. It's mesmerizing, and it's alive.
It's
alive for hours afterwards. It's still moving. It's still pumping. A lot of people are really insisting that they keep it intact as long as possible right now. And I heard a fella say, yeah, they let the placenta stay on for 5 minutes, and the baby sucked up all that juice. And I'm like, 5 minutes in India, they leave it on for the fortnight. Chance, you probably heard about this with Kallenbach. They leave it on
Yeah.
for a fortnight, and it breaks off naturally. Well, in India, they believe in past lives. They believe in reincarnation. In India, it's probably very common for a person to say, yeah, in my last life, I was this, that, and the other thing, and nobody bats an eye because they were fully intact. The luggage, the equipment that they came here with was fully instilled into the child. And so there's a crowning, there's a sovereignty involved. And the placenta looks like the brain. It looks like the brain. All the other organs are probably pink or red or shades of red or white. The placenta looks like a brain. And it is, it's alive for a freakish length of time. And they just, make that quart. They make that quart and get their pound of flesh and ship it off into the black market. And a lot of people need to start asking questions. Where does that go? What does it become? And how many ways will it be used against you in a court of law?
That's a question I asked as a child. We'd get these stray cats and take them in, and all of a sudden, we'd have a pregnant mother cat, and all of a sudden, I think she's giving birth, so she'd have to have her little corner or place or wherever she'd be, and you leave her alone. And you learned to leave her alone, stay away, and then after time, you'd return to it, and you'd be like, all I see are kittens. Everything is cleaned up. No messes left. It's perfect and beautiful, and they're all suckling at their mother's teat. And it's like, where did all that disgusting, gross stuff go? The mother cat consumed it all, cleaned it up, did not need a doctor, did not need a veterinarian, nurse,
Yes.
or doctor, or any interference.
Yes. So
And that's as a child learning this miracle of birth. I'm
Yes.
sure
They
some people have puppies.
fed
Do
her
puppies
all.
eat? Do
They
the
fed
mother-
her all.
Fed her all. Fed her all. Fed her
Those-
all.
Those kitties are initiated. Initiated. Everybody else is unclean. I'm quite convinced that they're, I do have proof. I do have evidence of this that I could bring to bear. Think of the Aboriginals, who their obstetric practices are still pure, are unadulterated by the outside world. Think of those tribes that have never seen, that think the plains are gods. They probably still hold to natural law in ways that we just can't appreciate because we've been rated, or cast. Your caste, your place in this world, the caste that made you. It's been rated. They rated you of your
If you've
caste.
lost your identity, you have to be issued one.
Right.
I remember
Yes.
Jay Parker talking about seeing sacrifice rituals as a child, and that the practitioners of these sacrifices would say, what's the big deal? They're just being sent back to central casting. And if you come through knowing who you are, you do not need to be cast a roll of the dice. You've come from a paradise.
Mm-hmm.
I got a name for a disgusting band. Placenta Casserole.
Oh God.
That's awesome. I love that.
A disgusting band, but a delicious treat.
But you see what I mean about externalization of something that should have gone internal instead of
Yes.
feeding her all of it, the mother. It's a federal government.
Fed her all. They feed her all she needs. Nothing to see here. Move along.
And now instead you are feeding it all to Sin, the moon god, as your debt.
Yes.
And that's the federal government.
Yes. So I believe that ashes to ashes and dust to dust comes into play here. And, you know, the speculation, I mean, you could just write novels and novels, fiction and upon fiction and fiction, but, you know, what if there's a collection process, and at the right time, you know, a piece of you gets sent up as an offering, as the moon is at the right place at the right time, then a little piece of every baby born in that location, like the stork, goes up into the air, you know, and is consummated, you know, with the moon by chance. And this is where, you know, the fact that you know, like your fingernails can be used to cast a spell on you. And now, you know, somebody was talking the other day about two rock and rollers have one another's piss in their refrigerator, mutual insured destruction. Jim, I think that was you. It's talking about the two guys who have each other's piss just in case they want to cast spells on one another, right? So they have a little sample.
Yeah,
Jimmy
I heard
Page.
that somewhere. Jimmy Page. And
Yeah.
Who was the other one?
was it David Bowie?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, it was Bowie. That's right. Yeah. I remember now.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they had a little piece of one another that they could use to manipulate one another, you know. And even I think it was the Pythagoreans were you know, when they bit their nails, they had to spit it out, and they had all these weird traditions. But I can only imagine the possibilities that what somebody could do with that. You know, I mean, let's just go crazy. Let's say they got them all on storage in Antarctica or in Hollow Earth. They've got, you know, filed away. Everybody's on file, you know, and there's that word file, you know, feel, your feelings, sympathetic magic. That's what we're talking about.
A
Right,
rank
Jimmy
and file,
Page-
like a
Jim-
class,
Jimmy
a
Page did
classified
turn David.
information.
Jimmy
Yes.
Page did turn David Bowie into Jack Stevens, so it did work. I'm just saying.
There's another pop star connection to that idea of hiring a DNA cleanup crew.
Boom.
Madonna, who others. I was making a really bad joke, and I was trying to develop this idea of making a YouTube video in which I suggest to men, you know, a male hair loss solution is when you comb out all your hair, you keep all that hair in a little bag and you seal it shut, and that's how you avoid hair loss.
So Madonna, my DNA, you know, she's got that cleanup crew. And now here's another one. I mean, a lot of you will recognize that one breast, you know, Janet Jackson and the one breast, and the, you know, the pose of Isis where she, like, sometimes one boob is covered and the other is unveiled. This one's, you know, that's some kind of, you know, even salute, you know, when you
And
salute the flag, you're
the
covering one breast.
The Columbia too,
Columbia.
in the that famous painting of the French Revolution. That's the same thing.
Yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
what we have is one occulted breast and one that everybody can see that's open for the public. That's private. This is public. Well, the public is the plebes, the RH positives. They get the one you can see, but this one over here, this preserved one, that's that obstetric practice. That's reserved for initiated. Only initiated get the milk that has the full estate instilled therein. And I'm quite convinced there's some, you know, recipe that we're not privy to get all those stem cells or seeds, you know, all the full immunity.
Placenta casserole.
I'm thinking
Placenta,
pan-fried
casserole.
placenta, Marcus.
Does it have to be cooked? I think it's raw, natural, organic. Placenta.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Pan because I'm thinking
Pan.
of Min. The Greeks called the Egyptian god Min Pan. Min was associated with male sexual virility, shown with a flail and an erect penis, and often wearing a crown of feathers. But what I found interesting too was that cult and worship in the pre-dynastic period surrounding a fertility god was based upon the fetish of fossilized belemnite. Belem.
Wow.
There's the
Awesome.
Later
ball.
symbols widely used were the white bull, a barbed arrow, and a bed of lettuce that the Egyptians thought was an aphrodisiac. But there's the arrow, and it's barbed. Bar.
Like a cat penis.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's right.
Cat on a hot tin roof.
Oh
Just
yeah.
past the dog days of summer. And we're into September, which is the 9th month, the month that everyone in January will give birth to their children 9
Yes.
months later.
Well, that's
January, the
93
door.
because there's the 9 and the
Janus
3. You've got the
gateway.
9 months and the 3 for the I guess I wasn't aware of the last other 3, but there's your 93. But Hobbit Day is on September 22nd as well. So Tolkien getting, for all of you Tolkien nerds out there, that's obviously
That's Frodo
essential.
and Bilbo Baggins' birthday.
It absolutely, it's my birthday as well. So
Nice,
I
nice.
get to be born on the year of our Lord Orwell on the day of Hobbit Day. So I come
How
from a very
hairy,
nerdy literary family. So
how
they
hairy
just
are your feet?
that's private. I can't go into that. But
Roll that authenticity
I-
there.
I make Jim's beard look kind of bald. So you got I gotta get special shoes, and yeah, no Sasquatch foot. No, it's good
So-
though.
Yeah.
I'll tell
So
you
you-
one weird thing. So I'm living in a town. It's one of the Bill Burr calls this area the nicest outer suburbs of Boston, and it's
Uh-huh.
nice enough. The town that I'm in is the origin of a very, because like there's got to be specific types of music now. It's like chill wave and fuck wave and wave and wah way. So like I guess the one that's really unique to like our type of people, nicely done. That's the sine wave. The kind, it's called Wizard Rock. There's actually Wizard Rock and it's from the town that I live in. And like I'm not gonna get into all the other weird stuff that goes to do with this, but like being in the town where Wizard Rock is from is going to prove to be like an important guide stone or a path marker on my life story and the times that are coming up soon. It's just really weird that there's Wizard Rock and that's where I happen to reside for the past like 13 years. So
Are you in Boston? You're saying?
yes.
Oh man. Okay. So I really want to reinforce a subject that I touched in some of my early works, the tarot Tories. So I've taken the tarot deck and I've traced it into a double spiral it correlates to the zodiac. And then so my zodiac is always the same. I have a standard, it's kind of Santos Bonacci based, where, my equinox is the Arizona, equinox is the Arizona. And so when you line it over the United States, the tarot Tories of the United States become glaringly obvious. For example, Maine is in Leo. And you live in Boston, your birthday is in September, and Boston is right in the position of September. Right in line with your birthday.
it's like it feels absurd to feel like when you say that you're a planned birth, like it feels fucking retarded. But then like you get all this kind of feedback and you're just like, it starts to kind of feel like really inescapable that there's just too many things. I appreciate you sharing that. I'd love to learn more about that as we go forward. That sounds very interesting.
Yeah, man.
I like
It's
that
amazing.
idea.
You're like a
The,
living sync. Everything you say, I'm like, well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, that sure makes sense.
the tarot Tories sounds like a homemade mystical toponomy project that will be a sync generator.
Big
It's a
time.
topping
like
for your it's a
dissident.
topping for your casserole. It's a topping you put on your placenta casserole.
Is that the album cover for Placenta Casserole's first album?
Oh my god, it has to be.
Territories.
Toponomy of the
It's a
Tarot
track for
Tory.
each of the tracks on the album is a different tarot Tory for a placenta casserole.
Totally.
What sort of lyrics do Wizard Rock get into?
Unfortunately, I mean, I could give you a silly answer, but I'll just probably go with like the actual. I'm first of all, I don't think I've actually ever listened to them more than like one song. To be fair, it's like, oh, you live there, you must know all about this stuff. No, it's like speak Japanese to me, bitch. But no, I don't know anything besides like they sing about like
Are there
Voldem-
lyrics, or is it
Yeah,
like Dungeon
Vol-
synth where it's
yeah,
just soundtracks for
Voldemort
Dungeons and
and
Dragons?
Quidditch and shit. Like, oh, I saw Moaning Myrtle doing stuff with like Snape and it was gross. And now I want to rip my eyes out. Yeah. Sorry, that was horrible.
Awesome.
Moaning Myrtle's head found dead in the head.
Without her maiden head. Okay, sorry. That's I'm in a I'm in a bad place, man. No, it's good. Yeah, no, I just to answer your question, it's probably about like silly Potter themes because they're probably trying to capitalize on that like to the max that they can. So
you guys all hear it in the name Harry Potter.
What's there?
Harry Peter.
oh
he's-
yeah.
And he's
Well, you know what?
waving the
weird?
wand.
It's 7 's a magical number, and like you talk about, here's yet another one. Diana's princess, Lady Diana, sacrifice Diana, was her second son is born 7 days before me, like in like I mean like actual like a week before me. Harry, Prince Harry, and of course my grandfather was Harry Foster. And that's Harry with and Foster and Potter. I mean, like you put the blooper on the F and like it's a P and a T in it. Anyways, yeah. So there's a lot more here, but I'm not
Yeah,
getting.
there's the HP. It's not just Blavatsky. So HP Blavatsky is the High Priestess card, but the masculine component is the Hierophant. HP Hera PHANT. Hierophant. He's the High Priest.
Well, yeah, but also
HP.
Lovecraft and Blavatsky are both HPs, and they're both Libra moons with Leo suns, and I'm a Libra sun with a Leo moon. So yeah, there's HP Lovecraft as well that you got to tie into that. And if you want to get into some really trippy stuff, the woman who is a Cathar high priestess is married to the man who directed Color Out of Space, which is I'm a Nathan Lee, but Nathan, it's a loose enough thing. Nathan Gardner was played by Nick Cage, and of course, the one again who directed that was by HP Lovecraft. So it all circles back around again. But yeah, there's and again, she's a high priestess in an actual Catholic lineage, and they blessed the actual pink house. If you've seen that movie, and
Yeah,
that became
the
a
color
Catholic.
out of space is purple hues, like purple haze.
Right on, man. Yeah, no, they use the still right placenta casserole to paint it.
Yeah. Sometimes snails take too long to give that dye. So placentas.
Was it from snails or was it
Yeah.
it from like mollusks and shit?
It's from mollusks. Yeah, it comes from the shells of a mollusk that only grew in the Mediterranean somewhere, and
Yeah.
they would grind it down, and that's how they got that purple
I go
dye.
on tirades about the king of Tyre and his purple vestments.
Yeah. Hmm.
Your
Yeah.
point still stands, though. We need placenta. We can't wait for these damn mollusks.
Right. And there's the shells. There's the shells again. The Sephiroth. The shells.
Is that the Qliphoth that you're thinking
Yeah.
of?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I found out something like really interesting the other day about the 32 path on the tree of life, which is basically to still storms or tempests and to cure disease. And if long story short, where this goes is Tool having predicted, I came on the show, you knew Tool was going to come up at some point. Fear Inoculum obviously predicts, and you can turn the Tool logo into a syringe that you can stick right into Fauci's eye. But sorry, that's a little passive. No, that's not passive. That's very aggressive. The point is that their logo is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual album itself being Fear Inoculum. It's called Inoculum, Fear Inoculum, and it came out August 30th. So a day before Diana, 2 days after Rest in Peace, Tracy Twyman. And it talks about how the last track is The Tempest. And if any of you guys are Browncoats, fans of Firefly, the movie Serenity is basically circle back around on the lyrics. We're not buying your dubious date of serenity. No Agenda's been saying I'm not buying it lately a lot. But the point is that in the movie Serenity, they have a planet called Miranda, which is obviously John D 007, 007. We all know that one. 007, John D, Prospero, they're the same person. But this is going to go back around to the 32nd path on the tree of life by saying that on the planet Miranda, everyone's so somaed out that they basically just become a victim. They become easy pickings. If you've, it's not super spoiler, but the movie Serenity goes into this. And long story short, it's all having to do with tying together with The Tempest, the Tree of Life, Tool's lyrics, and the movie Serenity, and the idea that people are going to be like, what the fuck with all this legal weed? I loved smoking weed, but like I haven't touched it since Easter. But there's a type called cookies and cream.
Oh,
So
yeah.
in the lyrics, yeah, we're calm as cookies and cream, so it seems we're not buying your dubious state of soma or serenity, acting all surprised when you're caught in the lies. We know better. It's not unlike you. It's just to say that they're actually tying in like the 32nd tree, the path on the tree of life, talking about curing disease or curing that ignorance and malaise. There's a lot more there, but that's just the tip of the snipped penis Berg. So and it's Berg. It's got to be Berg too. You got to have the Berg in there.
Berg.
For the
It's
name
gotta be
Berg.
Big
Yeah, it's
white
Goldberg.
bird.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Albatross.
I'm a
Yeah.
quarter Jewish, but they took the whole tip.
We mentioned a
Well-
Cathar priestess. I have her name. It's Amanda Mariamne Radcliffe, an artist, writer,
Yes.
mystic muse, high priestess, and Bishop Sophia Episcopa in the French Gnostic Church. In 2019, she became the official occult, ritual, and witchcraft advisor for the Hollywood film adaptation of H.P. Lovecraft's Color Out of Space.
That is she. Yeah, she there was actually someone mentioned something about turning green earlier in this, and I really meant to mark that, but the point is that there's a 700-year Cathar prophecy that just came to pass on August 21st and 24th, and it was Belibast who was sacrificed. And if you know about Montsegur, like this is when like the Catholics came down hard and killed like a ton of people. But I talked to Amanda and she gave me some prayers and some different I'm sorry, I don't know the name of the chants, but there's a certain Cathar chant. But through Miguel Connor on Aeon Byte, we actually led some prayer groups, and we actually we fulfilled a small portion of a 700-year prophecy. And it seems like I believe Miguel called it like a quantum apocalypse, and I said, "Oh, you mean a quantum apocalypse?" And it's basically like this happening is going to occur in ways that's like hard, just like we all know, it's hard to really pin down some of these things. We can get a bunch of clues, but like the basic idea is that this prophecy that was uttered 700 years ago, just again, like hocus pocus, right before they got sacrificed, just like Jack MLA, it's something about that at the time of death prophecy. And so short story long, Yeah, that's Amanda. That is she. She is the one who's married to Richard, who directed Color Out of Space. And one other Nick Cave is born on my birthday, actually, but Nick Cage, Knowing, the film Knowing, has a ton of crazy stuff in
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. That would actually be a good movie to do in the movie group. Actually, I haven't watched it in a long time, so I might need to revisit that. But that one is full of stuff, just chock full, like top to bottom. I remember just watching it going, oh, there's one. Oh, there's one, right?
Absolutely.
But
Yeah.
I going back to your first thing, I aim to misbehave.
Yeah, buddy.
Jim, say what you put in chat. That's a good connection.
So you said that the Cathar priestess is Amanda Radcliffe, and the actor who plays Harry Potter is Daniel Radcliffe.
That's crazy.
Whoa. I was thinking about Tool. 2 L's gives you the cube. Tool.
I love that. I can't believe that's really cool. Yeah, that's
2
super
L's.
cool.
And
Yeah,
that's
well,
how, that's how the artist.
Dissident.
It's also L7.
It's the 7, yeah. And they use that for Tempest instead of, it's officially spelled with the 7 instead
Is that
of
a 4x3 framing when you do that? Try that again, Dissident.
Yeah.
Up to the camera.
You got it.
Is that
4x3.
4x3 framing, or is that?
Wow.
Yeah.
Is 4x3 equals 7?
Mm-hmm.
It's also square. That's what they called nerds. in the
Golden
50s.
ratio too, right?
Golden ratio. Yeah.
Dude, I swear to God, we sound crazy, but we're
Hey, as long as we make sense to ourselves, I don't care. I don't care.
If you're not initiated, you wouldn't get it anyway.
That's right.
You haven't
we-
heard placenta casserole. You haven't
if you haven't heard placenta casserole yet, you're just not cool. All the cool kids just.
And we're following the recipe. It's got the P and the C. PC. We're in the age of Pisces. The PCR test, the prefrontal cortex.
Oh my God.
Being politically correct. All of these things are filters.
COVID's definitely a prefrontal cortex test.
Brain scrape. So that's something that my work just touched on recently, was how Anubis has a nickname that is he who is at the place of embalming. And that gives context to so many things that so many people have not even thought about. But you're entering into that corp oration. We're dealing with dead speak, and when you go to get the brain scrape, you are at the place of embalming. You're giving an offering to Anubis, and you're entering into the underworld, into the dead. Masks. First they scrape the brain, and then they put a mask on the sarcophagus. It has infinite value if you know what you're talking about.
There was concern that doctors or nurses were running these tests where they take a very long swab, pushing it up into the nose, breaking the blood-brain barrier. I don't know if that was actually happening, but people were linking it to Egyptian rites and sharing it as memes. Whether or not it was actually happening, I don't know, but the meme remembers us, remember, MU, the new scariant, MU, it's the water droplets, the letter M with the U, there's a droplet on the U, back to water, droplets.
And Moo in Atlantis, yeah.
Yeah. And the BBB, the Build Back Better, the brain barrier, the brain blood barrier.
Blood-brain barrier, yeah.
And here's the bear, the BAR, the bar, the initiation, the bara sheet, the breaking through.
That's, when they started the nasal swab thing, it was a little triggery for me, because when I found out about this thing, that's how they do it. When you go and watch the surgery itself, that's how they do it. They go straight into the nose and right up into between your pituitary gland and your frontal cortex. It's right there, right in your nose. They go straight up your nose. I never had a sinus infection in my life until after that time.
Yeah, that's like a Chris Angel mind freak where he puts a thread into his mouth and he pulls it out of his tear duct.
Oh,
That's just your sinuses, though. That your sinuses run all throughout your stuff. Like this, they have to actually. You can actually touch your brain, and just going straight up your nasal passage and lose. In fact, I have that. I don't know that I still have that, but I definitely had that for a long time when I was first diagnosed. When they first figured it out, that it's there, that I was having runny nose. It wasn't running nose. It was brain fluid. And that's one of the.
That's what all those Egyptian gods are holding. They all have that really thin staff with the hook on the end, and it's just prolific throughout Egyptian art.
Mhm.
But that is a brain scraper.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that thing is called, but it's a cautionary tale.
Hey guys, I don't have enough gas left in the tank to make any contributions, so I'm just going to catch the beginning and the end of this. I came in for the middle. It's been real.
Thank you for coming, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Really. Every time you're here, bud.
Would you like to name a song on the Placenta Casserole album? I asked you, have you ran out of gas?
I'm out of gas. I don't have a song name.
I've got another band name though.
It was a yes or no
Please.
question.
My favorite.
No,
band.
I don't.
Peace, Chance. Much love,
I
brother.
don't want to think about Placenta Casserole.
Finger My
anymore tonight.
Cadaver. That's the song name.
Yeah, I'll catch all you guys later. Nice
All
to
right,
meet
Chance.
you, a cult
Thank you,
fan. Gabriel.
Yes, lovely.
Thanks for
Definitely
coming,
hit me
Chance.
up with some of your if you're interested, hit me up with some of your birth data, or rather all of your birth data, because some
Hey.
wouldn't be effective.
You
Hey,
in the telegrams?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, cool.
Chance, before you go, plug two things: the Day of Brightness and the September art party. Would you please? Because
Oh yeah.
that's cool. Like it's really fun.
Well, I was thinking about that when we got into the subject of the more rare something is, the more valuable it is. The more unique art that you create that no one else has ever made, the more valuable you are, even if it's just to yourself. It's a real thing. I started a side group on Telegram for September where the whole point is to encourage everyone to put in at least 20 or 30 minutes a day on some kind of pointless, as in it's not your day job, artistic endeavor. Anything really goes. I'm going to send out prizes to people who I deem have participated enough and really tried to do some stuff. And that will be a merit-based thing based on what I know of the individuals and also of their efforts. So your character will be judged by me. I'll weigh your heart against a feather. But your art, I will not judge. I just want to see it. And we're all trying to hold each other accountable to the accumulative effect of putting ideas into vessels consistently
Yes.
and investing in them so that your spiritual currency and attention is not just being drained by the black mirror all day, so that something else can come out of your spiritual currency. And yeah, that helps, I think, build up current in other ways. The more you're saving your sexual creative energy, if you will. Other things you might be doing that might not be good for you. Maybe in this 30 minutes of making art, you'll do that instead. I don't know. I think that there's a good reason though to make stuff. Anyway, that's the September art party. In the end of September 26th, I think it's a Sunday. That is Lindsay Sharman from Rogue Ways. She's doing One Day of Brightness. Me, Synchromysticist Michael Wan, Animal Communicator Catherine O'Shea, and Lindsay We'll be guiding some different group practices, energy work, various things. It'll be interactive, participatory. I think I'm closing it at the end with a group sound healing session. So come find out how that all works, because it does work non-locally. In fact, I actually did a session for someone tonight where we picked a time today and we didn't even speak today. We just, at the time they went to receive it, and I did the work on my massage table as if there's a body there, and the tuning forks react as if there's a body there in the sound and in the vibrations in the field around. So I did that. It's totally doable remotely. And for cheaper than doing a one-on-one session with me, you can join the group session and get all the other cool stuff, the other teachers and practices. So
It's
harmonize
really cool,
our
guys.
vibes. We'll all feel real good after it. It's not too expensive. Find that on Lindsay's website. I think rogueways.org probably has the link.
Yeah.
It's in Telegram a bunch too. We'll keep sharing it.
Yep. We'll plug it again. But it is very cool. I compare it to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. And Lindsay's like the Professor X, bringing all us mutants together to find our superpower. I'm not joking, man. It levels you up. It's pretty cool. And it's because of all of us together doing it together, doing those practices and the, ceremony of it. It's a mind-opening thing for people. I think people see this. In fact, that's how I found Badby, was through one of those. He went to one of the Day of Brightnesses, and we just kind of really hit it off. So you find amazing synchros, and the universe wants to conspire with us. It doesn't want to conspire with them. We are the conspiracy that matters. We matter, Charles. We are the future, not them.
That's right.
And spirituality.
And spirituality. That's what's
exactly.
up.
You guys are awesome.
All right, brothers. Thank you.
Looking forward to future weaves. I will always be here unless otherwise demanded into some other task, but you guys are the best.
You always have a seat at the table, buddy.
Weirdest conversations I've ever been a part of or witnessed. So
all right.
I love it.
All right.
Yeah. Love it. All right, you guys roll. Bye-bye.
Thanks, buddy.
Cheers.
Night.
I forgot to mention it when he was showing his tattoo and mentioning his Spider-Man being one of his, his favorites as a child. Peter Parker is my favorite, still is. I don't care who you cast in the role, who gets the job. Peter Parker's the jam. But one of my shorter videos that I did a while back was on how Peter Parker and Spider-Man are a archetype of Carl Jung. He's the youngest Avenger. He is a master of archetypes. Peter Parker studies the science of a falling arc. He's mastered the science of the arc, and he spins the web. And the web is a membrane, and that is the collective memory. All of these are elements of Jung's language, the language of Carl Jung. And the most selling point, I could have been on the fence for a long time about it, but in the most recent Avenger series, actually it's afterwards, it's the most recent Spider-Man, where Peter, he receives the glasses, and they're the They Live glasses. They're the glasses from the Matrix, but the name of the glasses is Edith, E-D-I-T-H.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an acronym for Even Dead, I'm the Hero. And that's a joke from Tony Stark from the grave, that even dead, I'm still the hero, and you're going to need me. So put these glasses on and you'll have the gift. Well, Carl Jung had a disciple named Edith Rockefeller. And she traveled all the way from America to come and study with Carl Jung. and she gained his perspective, and she brought it back to the Americas. And so that just tipped it over to the absolutely confirmed, conspiracy confirmed. Yeah, Peter Parker and Spider-Man. He's also the Hangman card in the tarot. That iconic upside down, comfortable. He's comfortable upside down. And even Peter Parker's dynamic is he has to take a step back and reflect. He can never just roll through it. And he's always got that that higher perspective. He always needs to reassess.
The crisis of conscience.
Yeah, yeah. And so when you read the archetype of the Hangman and you overlap it with Spider-Man, the next thing you know, you are looking at Carl Jung in a major way.
That's
And
really cool.
Venom is the shadow self. Venom is the shadow.
Yes. It just
of
goes
the
and
spider.
goes and goes. You get this idea in the substance self provides, you know. I think that Doc Ock, there's an argument that Doc Ock could be Freud.
I was just thinking that.
That's fantastic. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
great.
I wonder. I haven't read Spider-Man, but another comic. I'm more of a Grant Morrison kind of guy. And,
Yes.
yeah, we actually I run the Invisibles reading group, and we begin again on 11/11. So for anyone interested in that, we can definitely just feel free to ask me on Telegram or whatever. But it's a bunch of weirdos getting together to read the Invisibles, and crazy stuff happens. But Edith is a character in the Invisibles. I was wondering, I don't know like how we would confirm this, but you made me think. I'm like, I wonder if that is who Grant Morrison would have named the character of Edith after in the Invisibles, because that seems like that totally fits for some reason.
Yes.
But yeah,
I think
had to mention.
we're brushing up on a lineage of wisdom that is preserved in high places, you know, and only those in the know get the signal, you know, and we're just lucky enough to make these connections. And I'm pretty sure Edith is a cornerstone of a whole nother rabbit hole that's, like I always say, it's over my pay grade. I don't know what I'm dealing with, but Edith Rockefeller, there's a lot to be gleaned from that gem. And you're right. If you got an Edith in that circle, I think we're looking at, you know, maybe a high priestess of her own right.
Is that Edith Rockefeller, as in like the Rockefellers?
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah.
I know one
Wow.
of see, it's not always great for them. One of their sons got eaten by cannibals. Isn't that true?
Well, he definitely disappeared for sure
heard-
out there in like Papua New Guinea. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's confirmed that he actually was
I think so.
met with a grisly fate as such. So it's like not everything's all wine and roses for these people. And I'm just saying, you can't dance with the devil without him kicking you in the shins.
Was
That's
he
not
a
a
fir- was he a first?
Holocaust reference? Cannibal.
What's that?
Is that a cannibal Holocaust reference?
So I listened to the MoFax show with Adam Curry, and Hannibal Burgess is someone who kind of like was known for like throwing Bill Cosby under the bus. And it's just like, you know, talking about people eating their own in their own community. Like Hannibal couldn't have a better name for that kind of behavior. Just like if you look at it like that. But
Yeah.
Cannibal Holocaust, that's a movie, right?
Yeah, it's a movie about wealthy people who go and they're trying to make a movie to document cannibalism in a
Yes.
tribe.
I heard that's so like, wasn't there like some kind of like Faces of Death lore about that? Like it was supposed to be real, but it turned out not to be, but people thought it was kind of thing. Am I mistaken on that?
That's close to it. I know Joe Bob showed it on his last drive-in recently, so people were seeing it for the first time again. But the connection to a wealthy elite person going and trying to find Holocaust or cannibalism or getting eaten, it all just sort of sympathetically melds together in sort of this disgusting pop culture soup.
No pun intended on the soup, right?
I remain silent.
I remain making bad puns.
You guys all know Watiko.
Oh man, I'm so glad you brought that up.
Watiko.
Paul Levy. Paul Levy wrote a
Moral-
book about that. I found out about that from
Yes.
Catherine Austin Fitz.
Yes, moral
Oh, right.
cannibalism is a great way to describe Watiko. Moral cannibalism, and here's where let's bring the placenta back in. You know,
Yes, please.
yeah. So the placenta conceivably is a form of sacred cannibalism.
Conceivably.
Conceivably. It is a form of sacred cannibalism where there's no death. You didn't have to sin, and you are instilling a completion. You're making things right again.
Yeah.
So all other cannibalism is just a horror shit show to make you never want to even think about eating the flesh of anything remotely human. But it hides an incredibly sacred concept, you know? And so I think of that a lot. I think of like the most horrible things and also the most absurd things, the joke, the thing that makes you laugh. So you look away right away because you're uncomfortable. Your natural emotion, physiological response is like, oh, that's just too weird. I'm just going to joke that one off. But you stare it in the face. You look at it like you did, Gordy, with the placenta. It was fascinating, and it was gross and slimy and alive and glistening. And does it see me? Is it looking at me too? That's so weird. And
Dude, I gotta say,
uncomfortable.
What's weird is that there's a scene in The Invisibles with the character Edith where she has a miscarriage and it dribbles down the stairs and a man scoops it up in his hat. And there's just this observation about how utterly humane he was looking down at her with this mess of an abortion in his hat. It's just the same character we were just talking about. This is getting to some weird level.
Yeah, welcome to my world. Now that I've put it in your head, everything
matters.
Everything matters. Mater,
Oh,
it's the mother.
It's
the
been in
matrix.
my head before tonight, but it's definitely good to keep the dance going, so to speak.
Yeah.
If this Weaving Spiders welcome episode ever ends, I expect everyone to stand up and give us a standing ovulation.
Which is the final track on our album, which is
Placenta casserole. Yes.
Placenta Casserole.
Yeah.
Standing ovulation. I hope it's an album and not an actual menu.
It's a gatefold album. You open it up and it reads like a menu.
And it's like it's actually touched, like it's got fuzzies on it, so you can like get a tactile feel for it. I'm just saying, I'm all in on it.
It's all super.
The menu is not the meal. The map is not the territory, but this is the crunchy taste of placenta casserole.
On purple and blue vinyl.
Oh, exactly. You just read my mind.
Absolutely. Has to be.
I love it. It's clear.
We just started the merch, man.
It's see-through
it's
vinyl,
clear.
so you can get the veiny sense of it.
Yeah.
The marble veins.
We were literally talking about making bootleg cassette tapes of the best digressions from the Weaving Spiders welcome.
The one, it'll be like just the one of Johnny Larson going, I like sports. That's great.
This occurred to me recently. Somebody was talking about, Lamb, that depiction of Lamb, and the famous one,
You're talking about the gray alien.
The gray alien.
Yeah.
Gray. Gordy, you saw it. It's gray. It's gray. It's purple. But that picture, that famous picture, it's coming out of, it's got the homunculus component.
Yeah, homunculus.
It's maybe not coming out of the anus. Maybe it's coming out of where we all came out of. It's coming out of the gates, and it's gray. You know, and I would point out, if I had it on me, the gray seal on the $1 bill. Everybody has seen that the eagle can be, you play with the lighting and the shading of it, and the gray alien, the depiction of lamb, comes forward. And so you've got on one side, you've got the I, and then you've got ONE, and then you've got lamb, right? Well, if I had it, I could do a better depiction, but you can actually, the filigree that surrounds the ONE, where's my two L's? The filigree, it can be made into a L, and it would read ILONE, lamb. I lone lamb. I'm giving in to lamb. In my video, you can actually make the N into a V. It would be I love lamb. And it is the gray, GREY seal.
Have you guys seen the album cover? Like to your point, have you seen the album cover for Robin Trower's Bridge of Sighs? I just sent it to Jim on the Twitter, but it's like, it looks like gosh, what's it called? It looks like a Mobius strip pretty much, which is basically, again, the Fear Inoculum album artwork. But if you look at it from a distance, kind of like the Salvador Dali painting of Abraham Lincoln, it's one of those, like, yeah, oh my gosh, yeah, exactly. Whoa, yeah, exactly. It looks like a gray alien if you look at it from a distance enough, which can also, that's why they say like the owls are not what they seem, because that also looks like an owl's face if you look at it. So again, there's more Twin Peaks owls, but I don't know if you can see it. It's a lot to do with the shadow from a distance, but if you hold it back, it looks like a gray's face.
That's the eyes of the alien. Holy moly.
Yeah, it's definitely, and it's a great album too.
Yowzers.
Ah, there you go. Yep, thank you.
Wow,
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Strieber book. Show the Whitley Strieber book.
Dude, I need to buy his books. There's this guy, James, aka Savan, but James Bomar, and he's like super lit. Yeah, I took his 2 university courses back, and like, yeah, well, lots of money, but took his university courses. And the guy is a genius. I mean, like, quite frankly, he's super lit. Like, it's a lot of information, and he usually talks for like an hour these days, and then gets into the meat and potatoes that go with your placenta casserole. But he will get around to, just gonna kick this joke down the road a little further, like a bunch of placenta, just kick it down the road. And so he will get oh my god, we're all going to hell. He will get around to his points, like I'm trying to, and he's just a super smart dude. Like his perspective on things is fascinating, and he's got like a ton of esoteric like scripts and knowledge to pull from. So I mean, but he definitely pimps the Sabak, which is also a song title, Pimps the Sabak. And he pimps the Sabak a lot. And it's like, it's actually almost strange to see how much my puberty voice is, how much he's been relying on it lately. But like, one thing I did notice is that the angels, they are arcs and archangels. And like, is that from which we get the maritime law? It seems to be like that's what he's proposing. But yeah, James Bomar talks a lot about it. So
have you read all of Pierre Sabak's books, MOR and Holographic Reality?
There's a lot of his books,
Has
right?
anyone
There's
in
like
the room
quite a
read them?
few. I don't have any yet, but I will eventually get into them.
I've got both books. Chance has both books.
They're definitely it's called MOR. I understand this. I'm picking up on this. I am not going to neglect this. This is very important.
It cannot be avoided anymore, and we're at the point of our discussion that if we don't inject the work of Pierre Sabak into our discussion, we're just digressing and chasing our own tails and getting dizzy and not digging deep enough.
Well put.
Into the placenta casserole.
Right in.
Right. It's a stillbirth. but we're dizzy from the
Otherwise.
in and out action.
Yeah, that's funny you mentioned him. I just got on and just caught the tail end of him last night going live, and got my mind blown in 10 minutes, absolutely blown. But I saw an old hero of mine in the chat room who I don't see around very much. He's been kind of off the grid for quite a while, but Stovella Elohim Ra is a fella who I gotta say, I'm kind of stealing his style. He's just a dude with a dry erase board, you know, and busting into the word magic. And that, you know, there was a time he was doing his thing maybe 4 years ago, 3 or 4, it's hard to pinpoint. But there was a time when I was like really losing inspiration, and things weren't, things weren't locking. There were no syncs. And he just came on the scene and started dropping video after video. And his whole thing is the wheel, the zodiac, and the Proto-Indo-European, PIE, the Proto-Indo-European language. And he's pointing out how the zodiac is a cipher for our words, and how everything goes through that sky clock. And it really is. It's the angles of the angels of English. They can all be found in the PIE, in the Proto-Indo-European vernacular. And he's a master at it. And so, yeah, he kind of jump-started me years ago. And I always, I tried to drop his name and, get him some movement. But just last night, he was in with Sabak, and it was just awesome to see him rubbing elbows up there with the high masters. Maybe one day we'll have him on Weaving Spiders. Put him on the list.
Well, the door will be open. We have the Telegram chat. People will show up when their divine appointment is penciled in.
Alan, I was thinking about your witch's cap.
Mhm.
The hat, your
It's
hat.
Gandalf the Grey's hat.
Gandalf, yes. It's a pie wedge for the sky clock. That's your sign. When's your birthday, Alan?
I've said it before, and you can probably take a guess. Here's the image of lamb that we wanted to share earlier.
Yes.
You can maybe see it on the camera now if it focuses on it. And then the other connection was, I said it wrong. It's Whitley Strieber's book, Communion.
Yeah.
I said Contact. Contact is the Jodie Foster movie. So there's Communion. And then there's a movie with that actor.
Christopher Walken.
Yep.
Walken.
Yep.
So if you've taken the communion, are you initiated?
It always creeps me out when you hear the abduction stories and they're offering food too. There's a ritual thing there. This isn't aliens from outer space, man. This is some spiritual shit going on. And it's the same stories told over and over again with the fairies. And that's that Jacques Vallée stuff that he stuck all that stuff together. And it's oh, we don't know shit from Shinola, man. What we think.
Gordon White's currently doing a class about fairy encounters and UFOs. And
oh, really?
Leading heavily on the Valayan method, which sounds like a song title on Placenta Casserole. Valayan method. Sounds like it has 2 fingers at least for the Valayan method. But
I do.
I'm just saying.
It's the shocker.
That's Cosby's special move. But So, but anyways, no, he's teaching a class. Oh God, we are peaches.
Ew.
So yeah, Gordon's teaching a class on that right now. I mean, teaching a class on fairies and UFO abductions. And yeah, I mean, on Easter a couple of years ago, I saw a UFO, or what you can call as one. It was just a light. It was on Easter. It was in the east, and it was 2017, and this glowing orb. So let's do it for the screen. It's like beep, 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 beep. And then it just like paused there, chilling, and then like straight up, like I was like, that was not, like, you had to process. You're like, that's not normal behavior for any kind of like aviation. And then a year later, because Easter changes from April to March, yada yada.
Yes,
was,
it's a movable feast, and you're listening to NPR's. What's the name of that program on NPR where they talk about food?
UFO abduction hour on NPR. On Easter, the year after that, another UFO took the same track and just zoomed right up again. It was just really weird to see it on Easter 2 years in a row. But like, those are UFOs, and they look very much like what you would call like fairy lights. So I definitely see the connection. At least there was no Cosbyan probing though.
How did you feel like when you saw it? Like when you were kind of engaging, when you were observing it, what was your core feel?
I felt like really hopeful, warm, wonderful, wonder, love. I felt excited. Yeah. I felt a sense of awe.
Yeah.
I felt like just like kind of just like silly. It was like silly and baffling too. It was just kind of like, that's not supposed to be there. What even is this doing? Why is that there? Why is that happening? Why now? So yeah, there was no terror, or it was a it was on the positive
Childlike
spectrum.
wonder.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, my guitar's name is Alice, who's right next to me, so I'm a big fan of Alice in Wonderland. I try to keep things on a positive sense. It's a choice. Our perspective is our free will.
That's great, man. That is good stuff.
The name of the show is Delicious Dish on NPR, and you're still listening to our discussion about placenta catheters.
Catheters. Placenta catheter.
This is evolving so bad.
So what are we getting? Seal lambs, small lees.
So the placenta is a seal.
Yeah.
And when I did this years ago, I thought lamb was spelled with a B. So I was trying to put a tilted on the S to make it a B, but it could just be an apostrophe. Lambs belonging to lamb.
Well, dude, if you spin that E in the W, if you spin the E in the M, then it's like, in that SS thing. I see what you're doing there. That's cool.
This is like typography when people are trying to design heavy metal covers with spelling of band names that look like something else when you flip it upside down or look at it from a mirror angle or something.
Like Tool.
Yeah. Yep.
Or the Da Vinci Code.
There's
those codes.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, in Da Vinci Code, that was a big part of it, was those codes where it was one thing one way and one thing. I can't remember what it's called. It's an anagram of sorts, but
there's a definite term for it that I'm not. It's like yeah. There's a book I want to turn people on to called The Rule of Four, which was like Da Vinci coding before Da Vinci Code did. I'm pretty sure, and it's the Hypnotomachia. You guys know the book I'm talking about, though, right? It's kind of like supposedly like the Voynich manuscript, but like not at all. Just wanted to drop that in there. The Hypnoteromachia or something. I can't even. But yeah, it's this book where like literally they're talking about codes that are like move west on the page, 3 letters, and then move north. It's super cool. And they even talk about like underground tunnels and stuff like proper MIT has and stuff like that, which Dark Journalist was talking about last night. Does anyone here? You were on Dark Journalist last night, right? I
sure
saw you
was.
on there, dude. I saw you, and now we're here talking.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
so you know who that fucking occult fan guy is because you've heard his name on Dark Journalist. Then
Yes.
okay,
Yes. Wow. And
that's weird.
They were going hard in the paint.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. See, there's some stuff like I've been reading The Three Dangerous Magi by P.T. Misselberger, which is a really cool name, but it's not spelled like you want. It's not spelled like you want it to be. He's Canadian, so he ruins it. But it's a really great book about Osho, Gurdjieff, and Crowley. And he actually writes, it's like 600, 700 pages, but he writes a lot to correct the record about what a lot of misperceptions of Crowley are, which just like any of us, he's not as bad or as good. Well, I mean, I'll let you read the book to make your own. Obviously, you need to make your own conclusions.
Yeah.
But like, that's my one thing about like Dan Wise's. I call him Dan Wise because I'm Mr. Frodo, born on the thing. It came from the chat. I have a criticism of his understanding of Crowley in some of the cases. Like he was just getting some stuff that seemed, at least from what I understand, like he was missing the target a little bit. But a lot of that information was good. A lot of it was like 90% was good. So, but yeah, what do I know? I mean, it's just my understanding. But like
that sounds like a priceless refinement of correcting the record and coming at it from highly valuable. I'm glad we put all this information into a stream that I can return to.
Definitely.
Every episode I could spend just a lifetime going in deep on what we touch base on. Yeah, yesterday with Dark Journalist was 9-3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Full circle.
and it's it was totally understated of him because he didn't even mention that he was doing it for that reason, but he obviously knows. But yeah, so you got to hear his bit about the MIT the corridors under there and the steam tunnels, and how there's this girl doing this weird like OA almost type dance. Like that's the TV show, the OA. And they're like, she was doing this weird dance through there. But now that I think about it, the OA actually in the second season kind of does this interdimensional thing where she goes through the rose window, which is this whole other thing. But like, yeah, no, there's steam tunnels underneath MIT. And then like, it looks like you're looking at a wall, but then she leans against it and pushes through it and is able to walk through the wall into this like giant open, like if you've seen Under the Silver Lake, the film, it's like this weird, like hidden catacomb type area.
Is that like the Tom Hanks movie Mazes and Monsters?
I haven't seen it. I don't know.
Mazes and Monsters, Tom Hanks movie. We'll put a pin in it for now.
It was a warning against Dungeons and Dragons back in the 80s.
Oh. Yeah, no, yeah, that's you'll lose your soul for playing a board game. Ouija is definitely something that can fuck with you. I know that. I'm making jokes about the losing your soul for the Dungeons and Dragons thing, but I mean, what do I know? Maybe it's serious.
Found it.
Hey, Slick, I wanted to ask you to expand on that origin of Loosh.
Yeah.
Yes. Whoa. Okay. Bingo.
Hypnoratomachia.
Okay.
HYPNEROMACHIA.
Hypnoterotomachia. Tomato. Yeah.
And Father Fabian talks about it on the Hermetic Hour.
That's really cool that you found that. Thank you. That's exactly. It was actually a book that was supposedly like taken as a code, and then someone like broke a vow of silence and they killed him, but then like someone smuggled the book out anyway. And then the book, The Rule of Four, is about the story of that book, but then it takes it to a college level.
In this podcast by the Hermetic Hour, The Real Secrets of the Hypnoratomachia. From
Yeah, there's a tarot in
Thursday-
there.
Thursday,
Uh-huh.
May
Hey.
24th, 2018. Poker
Yeah,
Night
that's the
podcast.
one.
Hey,
I've seen that.
can you post a link in that for that?
I will try.
Awesome.
It's
If
like
you can't
the,
do it now in the Telegram group later, maybe. But I wanted to go back to the loosh thing, the
Loosh.
Carl Jung and the loosh.
Yeah. So there was a movie that came out in the past few years with Mel Gibson, where he is depicted as the first, there it is, your first writer of the English dictionary, a complete
Oh yeah.
English dictionary. And I don't remember the name of the movie. It was an amazing film, and there were a million highly valuable little indicators in that film. But one of the many Easter eggs that they just dropped out in plain sight in front of everybody was a scene where Mel Gibson is sitting with the man who he was corresponding with. They were pen pals at first, and they finally were meeting in person, and they were sharing their favorite words with each other. And most of the words were very, 5-syllable, $20 words. And then Mel Gibson just drops loosh. And I light up. I absolutely light up because he's injecting it back into consciousness, the collective. He's putting that word back into everybody's vernacular. And most of a lot of people don't know what that means, but that's that it means, in the context of absinthe, it is the removing of oils from the drink. Before you drink, you have to loosh the drink before you consume it. And so, in the occult, we know that looshing is, they're feeding off of what you voluntarily give. You entered into this arrangement, and because of that, they garner a benefit off of you. And it is that moral cannibalism, the Wetiko.
Oh yeah.
is feeding off of loosh, revolution, volition. When you give up your volunteering, it's loss. It is evaporating. So yeah, absinthe is the art of removing oils from a substance. And I got a small story to tell that is probably, it's just a very quick one, but man, it's burnt into my memory forever. I back when I was in my own Chapel Perilous moment in life, I was seeing a therapist, and she was just this sweet, old, unassuming lady. And she was quite experienced. She had been in that field for a very long time. And she was very kind to bring me into her office and give me a safe space to emote. And, it didn't take much because I was raw at the moment. I was raw. And I just remember, as I'm all self-absorbed and, bringing back my own trauma to tell her about it, I was like bubbling over with emotion. And it's just burnt into my memory. I would look at her to check in to see like how's she doing with all this presenting. And she had this effect that was horrifying in the context of spiritual vampirism. I think she was very experienced in feeding off of emotion. And she would sit there, she was totally unaware of her own mannerisms because she knew I was caught up in my moment. And what she was doing was, I'll just try to imitate it the best I can. She was and it was this perpetual inhale, and she would not exhale or stop or breathe. She was like vacuuming in the essence of my emotion, and she was feeding off of me, and it was horrifying.
Are you familiar with Garmonbozia in Twin Peaks? 'Cause that
Oh
sounds
God.
That's pain and suffering, dude. That she's fucking eating your Garmonbozia.
Yes. And sure enough, it was the moment that I captured her, that I witnessed her doing it. That was the last session she would have with me. And she canceled after that because I captured it, and it's in there. I saw her. Like, I can't even breathe in that long.
The
She was-
vampire has no clothes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do feel clever for saying that. I'm not gonna lie.
That's it.
I unabashedly admit.
She was exposed. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and I have seen, yeah, I've had other very and these are, you got to find the right people to share these things with, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Have you ever
people.
seen those Thai vampire movies? I think they're Thai or Cambodian vampire movies. They're so the Asian vampires aren't like our vampires. They're soul suckers like that. Like
Yeah.
they do that.
Right.
And
They're breathing in the
breathing it.
loosh.
Yeah.
That's so weird that you guys bring that up. That word was like cycling through my. You know how sometimes a word gets in your head and it's just like do 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 do. Should probably keep doing that. Yeah. The idea is that I was going for a walk and I'm it's like super late here. I'm gonna have to go soon. It's oh wow. It's like just 3:33 a second ago. But yeah. Yeah. It's super late. But the idea is that I was going for a walk one of the days that was before wherever I'm at right now, and I was walking around. It's just like loosh, 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 and I'm like. You know, besides Placenta Casserole, I'm working on an album, and I'm like, I gotta find a way and I want this album to be useful to humanity in a real, like, an actual fucking rare and unique and very helpful, profound way. I was like, I want to work loosh into this fucking album. I want to somehow work the idea of people keeping their loosh into this album, and so now having it come up again like this, just it feels like a good, another ping on the radar. That's a good confirmation.
Guess what loosh is in reverse? School.
So
School.
Oh, there's a CH in there. Okay.
Schule in German.
To skull someone. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I listened to Richard Grove's Peace Revolution back in the day. So I remember the all the stuff about the Rockefellers and the German, you know, at one of the schools I was at, I actually lived in a Horace Mann Hall. So I know about some of that. Yeah.
Oh.
I should probably, this is an exquisite conversation, gentlemen. It pains me to leave, but like, I have to probably go soon.
it always does. This sucks, but I mean, this is fantastic. I love these. I love these long ones where we can go deep, and like this is what keeps me going when Jim and I are debating garbage that we shouldn't have to deal with, and we're like,
Have we opened some portals
there's
tonight
this.
that we need
Yes.
to close right now before the
Yeah.
conversation ends?
So here,
What's on
let's-
everyone's mind?
yes,
Go
do
ahead.
our little.
Go ahead with the book, Gordy.
Should I do this and then we'll do our little closings, or?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it feels good.
So again, reach out. So just so if anybody doesn't know, I just pull this. It's kind of like a bibliomancy kind of thing, a God shot thing. And this is from All Beginnings Are Ending. All Endings Are Beginnings. Maybe it's the other way around. Yeah, all endings are beginnings. Lindsay Sherman. So reach up, reach down. A cascade of consequences can much too easily coalesce from just one crappy choice and can send us reeling down a path we roll down, snowballing ever further and faster. We think we're enjoying the ride, so we don't even try to slow down. Eventually, that hill gets steeper and our arms and legs are caught at the core. And we have no choice but to fly off the cliff and fall much too far, all the way down to the bottom. Ouch. It's really dark, cold, and scary down there. But when we finish scraping the accumulation from our bodies and find a mirror, the magic takes place. We get to make another choice. This time we bring all that experience with us. We choose something more true and real than we ever could have done before. We find that nothing was ever lost, and that there are even people throwing ropes and ladders down the cliff to us to climb out. Don't ever forget that you're never abandoned, and there are always a way. Reach down for others when you're at the top, and reach up to receive help when you're in the darkness.
Give thanks, Lindsay. Give thanks. Bless her soul. Wow.
Right.
It never fails.
No, 100%, dude. 100%.
Thank you. That was very, I love that. That was lovely. It's a great sentiment.
Yeah, it happens every single time. It kind of encapsulates what we do here.
Man.
And like always puts a pin, like almost the perfect pin in every conversation. It's really cool. Oh, it's got a.
Sometimes it gets late at night and we have to put the veil back over our eyes so we fall asleep.
Hide out in your little blanket fort. Remember when that's how we got rid of ghosts? Just jump under the.
What is your preferred thread count on your bed sheets?
This is this the pointless question of the episode? All right, well, fellas, it's getting late. Any closing thoughts, Occult and Gabriel?
I'd like to say that I make my blanket forts out of the ghosts themselves.
Nice. I like it.
It brings great comfort.
It depends on how the sheets have been used before you.
I saw the funniest shirt I think I've ever seen. This just earlier today. It said, "Whose jizz is this?"
I think it's a great way to end the episode.
Right? Whose jizz is this?
Whose jizz is this?
Well, I mean, it is kind of always a circle jerk here. So
That's
Is
what
that
we're
what? Is
here
that? Go ahead.
looking for our accountability partners that we only nut up the spine from now on.
That's why Gordy leaves early so he doesn't have to eat the cookie.
you weren't supposed to say it out loud. They didn't know that.
Hold on. Keep your loosh, guys. Hold on to your loosh. Don't splooge your loosh.
All right,
Guys,
thank you, guys.
it has been an amazing honor. An absolute
Honor is
amazing honor.
ours, man.
I'm so
Honor's
happy to
mine.
have found my family. You know?
Right.
Thanks for
Exactly.
coming.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much. Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank
Jim,
you.
for inviting me too. This was a nice surprise. I was not expecting this, but it's been an absolute pleasure, and I really appreciate you guys a lot. So thank you so much for letting me be part of this. Thank you.
The
You too,
famous
man.
last words of an asphyxiationado. Don't splooge your loosh.
Don't splooge your loosh on the placenta casserole.
It's the newest t-shirts.
Yes,
Placenta casserole.
asphyxiationado.
You do not.
Asphyxiationado. I can't get that out.
The Hypnoteromachia.
Choking on these words.
Don't splooge your loosh. We can get that. All right, guys.
All right. Thanks, man. Thank you for being here.
Everybody. Much love.
Much love.
Much
Appreciate
love.
it. Oh, whoosh.
I think we have some music to play on the way
Yeah.
out, if we can find it.
Good night, guys.
Good night. Thanks for coming.
Or not.
Or not.
Save it for next Saturday.
The spider didn't build. The spider didn't build. It built a hammock. The spider didn't build. It built
Sign waving out.
a hammock.
The spider can't go in 100 centimeters of the
It
web.
built a hammock.
We live in your minds.
The spider can't go in 100 centimeters of the web.
Hammock. It built a hammock.
Cane spider, the crack cocaine spider, the crack cocaine spider, the cane spider, the crack.
It built a hammock.
The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over
It built a hammock. It built
the cat in its ass. Then came up behind it and popped the cat in its ass. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers. Waited till the cat in its spider was exhausted and came up behind it and popped the cat in its ass. The cat in its ass. Then came up behind it and popped the cat in its ass. The cat in its ass. Then came up behind it until the caffeine spider was exhausted. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers.
Mr. Crack Spider. Or a litter king.
As the crack
The
spider
litter
did.
king. The marijuana spider had no place to live. Ended up in the crack as the crack spider's bitch.